feel like I just discovered this stream yesterday. So happy to be part of the Forest fam of Forest Love.
Hi friends! How is everybody today? Happy Sunday. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm sorry it's been a hot minute, by the way. I just had a draining week last week is all. Oh look, Dusty's here with us. Did she hear me start talking? Is Dusty ready for the stream? Hi Katie, and hi Danny. Hey Lolita. Katie, thank you so much for the tier 2 resub for 8 months. Katie said, I feel like I just discovered the stream yesterday. So happy to be part of the Forest fam. Yeah, I don't think it feels quite like yesterday for me in the sense that I remember I think I met you or started talking to you more in chat when I was working on Citadel. And I guess I haven't worked on that town in a hot minute. Maybe I'll get back to it at some point. But Katie, I really appreciate you. Thanks for all your support and friendship. And I'm gonna give you some belated hype as well. Delise, we were all talking about the starting soon screen a little bit and how it's too bad we can't have a river go underneath a house in Animal Crossing like my starting soon screen. But there might be some sort of illusion to make it happen. And Danny, I'm happy to have you here too, Danny. And hi, Meow. Hey, Iris. I'm glad you're excited for more Fawnhollow. I do like this island a fair amount, not gonna lie. There are certain parts of it that I find tricky though. Maybe we can try to tackle a tricky bit today. I'd love it if we could put rivers underneath houses or buildings in general, or if you could do a land bridge with a river underneath. I think you can do a land bridge with a river underneath, but it's probably not the land bridge you're thinking of, I guess. I guess it's like a terraformed bridge. And I guess we're talking about a real bridge. Yeah, we should have cliff bridges. That should be a thing in the next game. And hi Pylite, hey Fudge Monkey. Happy Sunday to everybody. Wow, Mori. Oh, I'm so honored. Mori. Wow, 18 months. That is a long time. I really love you and appreciate you, Mori. Thank you so much for all your support and streamer pal friendship. I've been loving that island you're working on, by the way. I love your foresty, swampy, I don't know what words you use to describe it, but it's super magical. There was a stream recently that the term forest core came up and I like brought you up. I was like, oh yeah, I associate forest core a lot with Mori. But thank you so much for the resub and I hope you're having a good day. I wonder what my pockets look like. Do you all think I have full pockets? Oh, pretty close. We are 3 shy of full pockets. You know, we got our mailbox in here. You're probably like squinting at the screen though, just to be able to see that. Oh, and hi Colleen. Let me get a shout out for some of these other creators here. Colleen, I love the island you're working on too. You're doing like a really cool cloud theme. Oh, and Nessie, thank you for the follow. So definitely go and check out these wonderful Animal Crossing creators and lovely people, inspiring people. Oh, and hi Robin! Welcome in. You want to see Dusty? Oh, I guess it's a dusty butt. You can see every hair on that butt right now. This peachy hair looks good. Oh, thank you, Robin. Yeah, I guess it's sort of like a dusty pink. Oh, and hi, GPV. Oh, I've missed you all too. Yeah, thanks for being understanding about my schedule changes and all. At work this past week, I got like so exhausted, both like in the figurative like energy sense, but I also like got really sore all over my body. It was kind of annoying. Like I got sore in like weird spots that I would never think would get sore, like my forearms. Maybe there's like muscles underneath your forearms or something, because I don't know. I was struggling with like my forearms, my wrists. I had some hip pain. It's like, how old am I? I'm having like hip pain. So yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit better today though, actually. Like I actually went on a run and everything and tried to rejuvenate my energy today. How has your all's week been and weekend? Anything new or exciting in your lives, or any updates, big or small? Hi Ginger, how are you? It's good to see you, friend. Besties Ginger and Robin greeting each other. Love the wig and makeup. Oh, thank you, Katie. I'm getting kind of attached to like a sort of punk look or whatever. I did just finish Arcane over the weekend, and I'm feeling like all the punk vibes and stuff right now. So I guess this is my attempt at that. Love your Howl's Moving Castle starting soon. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've always loved that area in Howl's Moving Castle with like the green field and all the flowers. It's such a dreamy little place. Your skin looks chef's kiss. Oh, thank you, Ginger. I actually have a pimple. You see it? I love showing you that you're wrong there. Oh, Dusty, she's looking at the stream, but my camera's like pointed at her booty. But she is looking at us. She's a runner, she's a track star. Yeah, I was running up a hill over and over. That's one of my favorite ways to get a good workout in. Oh, and hi Maina Blue, welcome in. How's it going? Maina completed her island the last stream. We toured it. It was a really, really great highlight of that stream. I might go ahead and switch over to this screen so I can see what I'm doing. And welcome to Fawnhollow again. I have to admit, like, I'm not totally sure what area to try to tackle today. I think like a lot of this stuff is sort of hard for me, not gonna lie, because it's like too much furniture arranging, and that's what I suck at in Animal Crossing. So every area kind of both intimidates me and also excites me. But I was thinking I could try to refine this area more, because this is like a no man's land over here. I basically want the train tracks to go into like a tunnel, which would be achieved with a cave item. And as for this area up here, I'm not totally sure what it should be, because I'm like mixed on whether it should have some hints of urbanness or if it should be all wild up here. Because after all, this is looking over a city. Should there be hints of like maybe a building or something up here? I don't know. Looks like Dusty's getting settled down. You're just surviving, Ginger? Yeah, same here. I hope we can thrive more and more, though. It's getting warmer where I'm at least, which I appreciate. It was around like 80 degrees today. Love me the warmer weather. Running up a hill? Yeah, I did it 7 times. My record, I think I've run up the hill 20 times before when I was more fit, but I'm not very fit right now, so I'm trying to change that. We'll see how it goes. This is looking amazing. One of your most detailed builds you've done yet. Oh, thank you, Iris. That means a lot. We'll never be over that view. Oh, I really appreciate it. I love this build a lot too, but it'll only be truly done when I finish some train track patterns and finish all this darn furniture arranging. Ah, Ginger redeemed a cat treat. That'll get Dusty even more perked up than she already is. gotten colder here in the UK for some reason. Oh, really? What sort of temperatures do you all have right now? We have a bit of that too, where it's like we get a false spring, or we get like warm weather, and then it goes back to like semi-cold, and then it's like warm again. Stuff like that is part of why I've sometimes wondered why people like spring and fall so much, because it like goes back and forth too much. Instead of just always being a happy medium, it's more like it goes hot, cold, hot, cold. It's just like you don't know what to do. And hi Juan, welcome in. I see you mentioned pronounce. Let me know if I said your name incorrectly or how to say it right. Greetings from the USA. We're about to feed my kitty right now, courtesy of Ginger. Oh, hi Ellie. Relate to the lack of fitness. I'm more about fitting pizza in my mouth these days. I relate a lot to that too. That is definitely a mood. I'm having pizza tonight actually, so that can be a little bit of a reward for my hill runs. I think my issue with fitness is doing it like enough times a week and like having a routine down. I'm not a very like good routine type of person, and I need to get better about it. Oh, and hi Serenity, welcome in. You all came in just in time for a dusty treat. I wish the angle was better. She perked up a little, but she looks like she's awake and alert and ready. Hi, baby. Ginger spoiling you, Dusty. How are you today, Serenity? It's good to see you. It's hard for me to incorporate something new into my routine. My brain fights it tooth and nail. Yeah, I've heard a saying that you have to do something 30 times for it to become a habit. I don't know if that's true, though. Alright, when Dusty's done with her treats, which it looks like she's already done with those, I was thinking that maybe we could look up some inspiration together, because I might need a vision for like what's gonna go up here on the top. And this area is actually based on something sort of in real life, so maybe we can look at pictures of it together and figure that out. It's like the New York, Manhattan skyline, or something similar, or not skyline, highline? And maybe I can just look at the New York City highline and like, I don't know, get some ideas for what would go in that mystery spot. So, okay, we're still looking at Dusty. Let's hide the Elgato for now. Can you have a parasocial relationship with cats? Because I have one with Dusty. Oh, that means a lot to me, Robin. I wish I could share her with you even more in some ways. I wish you could pet her through the screen. She is a very sweet and funny cat. I take lots of funny pictures of her. I think she's got a funny face. You're doing well, Serenity. Been getting back into New Horizons after playing so much Arceus. Ooh. So, getting like a little break from the Pokemans and coming back to Animal Crossing. What sort of island are you working on right now? So this is the skyline. It's got buildings and it's got a railroad track. It sort of just looks like it's like a bridge. So my island isn't really constructed like that. But yeah, there's just like buildings on either side of it. I might just have to use my imagination a little bit and just sort of make my own thing. 'Cause this is clearly like some sort of bridge with buildings on either side. And I've got a little bit of something else going on my island, but isn't this a cool little thing? The New York High Line, I think it's called. There's something almost like eerily overgrown about it. It's so weird, like seeing all these plants and stuff in the middle of a city. I think that's what I find so cool and inspiring about it. It's very inspiring for my like post-apocalyptic vision. Oh, thank you, Serenity. I'm doing a lot better today after kind of a rough week, so hopefully I can keep up the better vibes going into next week. I've been like really sore at work, and I think it might have been because I had the week before this past week off, so I guess my body's like not used to stuff anymore. But yeah, hopefully I'll be more used to it next week. My body was angry at me. Alright, I'm gonna start to lay down more train tracks, and maybe we can try to pick a spot for the train to go in the tunnel. My train is actually going to be 2 spaces wide. I like the look of the 2 space wide train tracks, but I don't have it yet, so let's get this going. I hope it doesn't look too weird that there's like a tree in the middle of the train tracks. Does that... I don't know, could that happen? In an overgrown society, a tree just sprouting up in the middle of a train track scenario? The High Line, it's kind of a bridge. Yeah, maybe it would be more fitting if I made this area like a land bridge or something like that. But it would be awkward to do that because then the bridge would have to connect to something else, and I put it on the edge of the island. So yeah, I think I'll have to do something other than a bridge. Dusty is so beautiful. Aw. Did she leave? Did you all see her leave? I missed it. I didn't see her leave. But she thanks you. Still trying to finish your Fairy Core Sailor Moon Island, Serenity. God, I can't wait to see that. I know you really liked my sort of moon-themed island, Sidaloon, so hopefully I can make some progress on that later this year too. Okay, where should the tunnel be? Maybe this is a good spot for the tunnel, because I probably don't want to put it too close to the beach. Got our usual Donkey Kong going on. Donkey Kong core. Oh, hi Nathan! I hope you had a good weekend too. How was yours? Cheerio! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's see if I have my storage unit in here. I see that cat jam, Ginger. That's such a good little emote, isn't it? Imcore! Welcome in. I'm happy to have you back too. We're looking for our storage unit right now. How are you today? Hi Cheerio! It's nice to meet you. My name's Amy and we're working on a cozy Animal Crossing decorating stream. I don't have my storage unit, so I think we're gonna have to go on a hunt for that, unfortunately. Oh, there's one. I found one. Winter! Hey Winter, you got a rotten acorn. Winter always gets rotten acorns. You were waiting for the go live notification, Winter, and somehow ended up missing it? I hope that wasn't anything wrong. I hope you had a good time at your concert, Winter. Winter went to go see a concert for the first time in a while, I think, because of the past few years that we've had. Dusty got what she wanted and said, "See ya." Yeah, well, normally she likes to hang out on my bed, and it's not just all about the treats for her. I feel a little slighted, you know. That's all you see me for, Dusty. Yesterday, or like just the other day in general, I don't know which day it was because all the days just like kind of blend together into one. But recently, like, I was watching a show and Dusty was sitting on my bed the whole time, and she was like kind of facing me, and so like I could like look down from the show every now and then and just like kind of look at Dusty's face, and it looks so like scrunched up and happy and sleepy, like how cats' faces look sometimes. It was really adorable. All right, let's put away some of this stuff, shall we? Toxic full pockets. You're feeling out of it today, Maina? Went to the store for groceries, but now I'm tired and I don't feel like making food. I really sympathize with that a lot, Maina. I felt really out of it for a lot of like this past week. I hope you have something easy to fix yourself, or definitely eat if you can, but try to make it nice and easy for yourself. Not the Pudge emotes? You don't like Pudge? I have to admit I don't have a very strong attachment to Pudge, but sometimes what I like to do with emotes is I like to find Animal Crossing characters that are already practically a walking emote. And come on, like, look at Pudge's face. He looks like a walking emote. He looks so confused. So I was like, hey, why don't we do a confused emotion for Pudge? I mean, he'd just already be looking like that. He's like the like curvy mouth emoji. Another one I did that was Tabby. I pretty much told my emotes artist, Arcade Panda, hey, just, do an emote of Tabby's face. That'll be my grimace emote. So yeah, some of them I don't have a special attachment to, but I'm just like, you're an emote, so I'm gonna make you one. Still have to do laundry too, Maina. Aw. Can you put it off another day? Yeah, get comfy, Maina. Put it off. Be like me. I'm the devil in your ear. I'm like Emperor Palpatine telling you not to do it. Citaloon's such a big inspiration for your island, Serenity. Oh, I'm honored. Dang, Iris got a rotten acorn too? Wow, we have some different opinions on Pudge. Imcore is here for any and all Pudge slander. Ginger's like, whoa, no Pudge slander. I'm a ban you. I didn't know you like Pudge, Ginger. He is a cutie, though, in my opinion. Yeah, Cornimer is being rude today. I feel like everyone's gotten a rotten acorn today. I'm sorry, y'all. It's not me, it's Cornimer. Alright, well, at least Robin got a mini acorn. We're on our way up here. But Maina got a rotten one, too. Let's see what I get. I'm looking for a cave item, by the way. I guess I should speed it up. Let's get that scrolling going. Yes, that's exactly the emoji I was thinking of with Pudge, Ginger. The squiggly face emoji. Dang, Imcore got one too? I had a feeling. I'm like watching me get the giant acorn. All of a sudden, everyone else gets like crap, and I get the giant acorn. All right. So here's the cave item. Let's get one of these out for the tunnel. I see how it is. Yeah, it's rigged for me. You're gonna do the laundry tomorrow, Maina? Yeah. We just, sometimes we need that self-care procrastination when a task feels too daunting. Trying to figure out the best spot for this cave. I wonder if putting it over here is putting it too far away, or should I try to put it like right here? No, I think this is fine. How big is the cave item anyways? I feel like it's about 5 spaces. It's like entirely too big. Yep. I think the cave should be 4x4 or 2x2. Or there should be a version that's 2x2. No, still not any room to put this here? I can't believe this. This thing must be like 6 spaces or something. Holy crap. This thing is so big. I was not prepared for this cave. I was like, oh, we'll just have a cute little tunnel. It'll be fine. And this thing's like the size of a building. I wonder what I can do to like embed this tunnel into the rest of the build, you know? Like if I put rocks around it, it might just kind of look like it's going into the cliff and then the subway is going underground or something like that. Yeah, are you all looking forward to spring and warmer weather, or some of you more fans of winter and you're sad to be letting go of like the winter season? I'm personally excited for it to get warmer. I'm pretty hyped about it. Did you see that you can change your Switch profile picture to Animal Crossing Villagers with the Switch Online app? Oh no. That does sound cute. This is one of my silly avatars where, oh, I have a friend request. Who's my friend request? I feel bad. This person's probably been waiting a while. I'll be honest, I don't really know who this is. Don't know who this is. Maybe I should accept them anyways, though. You find the caves a little awkward, Winter? Yeah, I think big items can definitely be awkward sometimes. So on this one, I made it like kind of look like me, and it says I played for 720 hours on this Switch, and I have like more than one Switch. This is just like one of them. I'm pretty hardcore. Still don't have a finished island to show for it though. Alright, let me put some fences down there. I gotta like finish up the fence action. More Donkey Kong, yay! Love Donkey Kong. Sounds like a cool idea with putting rocks around it. Yeah, like the whole point of the cave is to look like a tunnel, so if I can't make it look like a tunnel, it sort of defeats the point of it. But we'll see if we can make that work today. This is coming out so good. Oh, thank you, Danny. Yeah, this build has been like a long time coming. I feel like it's like the longest I've worked on any build. These volcanoes are frustratingly hard to work with too. They're so big, but they're also really, really cool. Alright, so I have some more rusty fences. There's a cave item. There is, Ginger. Let me know if you want one for anything. I've got a few in here. I think it's a DIY project. I think you can craft a cave. It was mid-70s today and I got to drink my favorite coffee outside, which is my favorite thing. Oh, that does sound sweet. Was it iced coffee or like hot coffee? Because the hot coffee might just make you super hot. But that sounds really cozy. I love me some iced coffee. You're not ready for winter to be over, Katie? I miss the cooler weather already. Literally one day it was cold, the next day it was hot. Yeah, it's been like that for me too. It's kind of weird. It keeps like flip-flopping. Alright, so there's the end of our fencing. Autumn and winter are your favorite seasons, but love drinking coffee outside. I wish you could do it in your favorite seasons. It might be pretty on a nice autumn day to sit out on the porch and drink some coffee. All right. Since this is supposed to look like a tunnel, I guess maybe I should terraform around it. This is gonna look so weird. I don't know if this is gonna look good. Well, maybe if I put rocks, it'll look good. I wonder how many hours total you have of all your Animal Crossing hours ever. Yeah, it's definitely like in the thousands. I wonder if I've reached like 1 million when you like total it of like my whole life. Like hundreds of thousands even? Oh, no, probably not. God damn. What is 1 million hours anyway? Like hundreds? So, how much is 1 million hours? Is that like a year? Is it like 100 years? My math is terrible. Well, I was just trying to say that I've played Animal Crossing a lot, but I guess I haven't played it for 100 years. Still probably a big number though. Random question, but would you ever do a winter season island? I think that's the only season I haven't seen you build in before. Maybe no. I guess I'm open to anything, but I don't really like working in winter a whole lot, and it would have to match the theme. So we'll see if it ever matches a theme that I want to do. I actually tend to pick how I'm going to decorate my Animal Crossing island based on a theme rather than the season. I'm never like, let's do a fall island. It's more like, I think a fall island will look cool with this theme. So it just depends on it if it ever matches a theme I'm going to do, which I don't think I currently have any in my head. Some of the ones I have in my head are English Countryside Island, Art Nouveau Island. So those are some of the things that I think of and daydream about, and I haven't even started yet. How do you get all your items from Treasure Islands? I have my own spicy switch, so I like to kind of prep myself up with a lot of these items before I decorate, because that way, you know, I'm just not constantly having to track down items or be like, I don't have that. It would be nice if I had that. I already have it here in my horrifically large storage. I haven't used my spicy switch in a hot minute though, I'll be honest. I've been kind of lazy about using it. And I guess I have a lot of stuff that I need already in here, so I haven't touched that thing in a while. The gay in me only allows me to drink iced coffee. Is that it? I like iced coffee too. Oh wow, it was iced coffee for you too, Imcore. Iced coffee stands over here. Ginger's committed to the cause. Yeah, I have to admit, I've felt very gay this weekend. I'm bi, but I really liked one of the characters in Arcane a whole lot. I was like crushing really hard on this person, like I don't usually do in when I watch shows. Usually I'm more chill and don't get super into shipping and whatnot when I watch a show. Usually I'm there more for the plot, but I got really crushy feelings on one of the Arcane characters. Let me see if I can like hide this and make it look like a tunnel. Yeah, it might work. Might work okay. I know 1,000,000 seconds is 30 years. Dude. Our minds cannot comprehend big numbers. It's like a human fact. Like, we can't even comprehend 1,000,000,000. And one time I got into an argument with someone about, well, not really. I was more like observing an argument on Facebook, and they were acting like if you taxed billionaires more, that would just be too mean to the billionaires. You can't punish them for having money. And I was just like, you know what a billion is, right? You know that they can probably, afford to pay some taxes on that, right? Like, that's a lot. But yeah, I think part of it, we can't really comprehend, 1,000,000,000. I would need to be several hundred years old. I'll get those 1,000,000 hours one day, Nimble. No. I would need the one ring in order to have 1,000,000 hours. I need to be like Bilbo or something. All right, so I'm actually getting hope in this. I think that this is gonna work with the tunnel. So that's comforting. I probably need more rocks though. I'm getting intimidated by my rock situation. I don't know like another good rock other than the tall rock. Maybe I could do another cave item up here. Oh, thanks for getting the shout out for Nimley. Nimley was last playing Elden Ring. I'm actually thinking of buying that game, Nimley. I saw someone like really gush about Elden Ring on Twitter, and it finally started to sway my opinion, like, oh, maybe I should pick it up just to experience it, even if I don't put 1,000,000 hours into Elden Ring, because I am dedicated to my Animal Crossing. Maybe it would be cool to experience and see where it goes, see where my adventure takes me. I just gotta like research on if my PC is powerful enough. I got this PC in like 2019, and I don't know how fast computers age. Oh darn, I want the cave item. Oh yeah, I did a winter village, Christmas village build. I forget about that build sometimes, Katie. Thanks for remembering it. Oh, and hi, Cherry. I'm doing pretty good today. How are you? How have you been? Oh, hey, Bruschetta. And hi, Lee. So many friends. Thanks so much for remembering me after several days here without any streams. Thanks for remembering me. I can only drink hot coffee when it's really cold, and then it's got to be a latte. The rest of the time, it's an ice cold brew. Yeah, I don't really like hot coffee a whole lot. It's got to be like really flavored for me to enjoy like a hot coffee. Like it's got to be practically like hot chocolate in coffee form. So I think we're getting close to the cave items. Caught in the arcane thirst trap. Yeah, I didn't know that it was gonna hit me like that. I saw this YouTube video about arcane, and it was like what your arcane crush tells about you. And it had a picture of Vi, and it had a picture of Jinx, and I was like, I wonder what my arcane crush says about me. You like iced coffee too, Cherry? My allegiance is to Coke Zero, but iced coffee is good too. I'm guilty of being more gay than bi. My husband questions my sexuality more than I do. Billionaires don't need to exist. Yeah, I think part of the issue with it is if you think about the value of work and like how much work would equal a billionaire, it's just like, you know, no one can, it can't be justified like that much. $1 billion is just way too much. You at some point have to be kind of screwing someone over underneath you. please get it. Elden Ring? Yeah, I hope my PC can handle it. Elden Ring looks so good, but still unsure of getting it. Oh yeah, well it is a decision, money-wise too. I don't really know how much it is. I know Nintendo games are usually $60 or so, and I'm so under a rock with anything non-Nintendo, so I don't really know how much Elden Ring is. I'll have to look into that. How could we ever forget you? That's so sweet of you to say. You remember me when you're still playing Animal Crossing and you're... I don't know, I don't want to say a decade. That might be too presumptuous or too triggering to imagine us that old. I won't finish that. Need a ton of syrup and milk in my hot coffee. Same. You're here for cozy vibes? Aw. Thank you, Cherry. Thanks for being here. What have you been up to lately? Have you been doing lots of school? Are you checking up on your town waffles every now and then? It's okay if you're not. I was just curious. I don't know if I like that cave. Did you all like the cave? I thought it was like too bulky. So I think we're gonna have to make this look like a tunnel in other ways. What are like all the good rock items? Or maybe we can mix some other things in with the rock items. Like it doesn't have to just be rocks. We can do things like this anthurium plant. Literally always talking about, oh, Nimley, that's so sweet and flattering. Same to you. I remember one time that song you made about Animal Crossing came up in, in one of my streams. What about some trees or flowers or fencing? Yeah, we thought of the same thing. I was just thinking to myself, like, oh, well, I should probably do things other than rocks, actually. Okay, so let's try the anthurium plants. Yeah, that looks cozy. Might have just had ice cream for dinner. The problem with having something like ice cream for dinner is I feel like your body just like revolts and it's like, this isn't enough. You have to eat something else. So good luck, GPV. I hope your body lets you do that. There's probably going to be a newer Animal Crossing game a decade from now. Yeah, I saw someone talking about that on Twitter. I think it was actually Colleen, who was in here a bit. Colleen was like, so is anyone else thinking about the next Animal Crossing game? And I have to admit, I'm not thinking about it yet. I'm not like stalking the E3 announcements and stuff quite yet. I'm still, you know, working on my 10 million New Horizons islands and 10 million that I haven't done yet. I think New Horizons is just such a good vessel. I feel like they should try a pocket camp model with something like Animal Crossing. I know that's not what they traditionally do with full-blown Animal Crossing games. Usually they just sort of release it and it's done, but I think something like the pocket camp model where they just keep updating it over time, and maybe you pay for it. Maybe you start to pay for it if that's what makes it worth it enough to take that path. But yeah, this game is such a good base game already. It almost bums me out that like they didn't see that potential in it to just keep updating it forever. Like, I don't even know what they're gonna do in the next one to make it different, because it's already so good. What more could they do? More Donkey Kong. I freaking love Donkey Kong. Ginger's like, if you're hungry, just eat more ice cream. I had some good ice cream today. It was cookies and cream ice cream. That's one of the best ice cream flavors in my opinion. Am I wrong? cookies and cream. Had like Oreo crumbles in it. Baby Hotline, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I like the cave, but I've seen people use the stone arch in front of black simple panels. Ooh, that's a good thought, to be honest. I feel dumb now. I feel like I should have used the stone arch. Oh. Should I keep going or should I try the stone arch? I'm like all insecure now. Maybe I should try it like on a different piece of cliff and see if I like it. And then I can do it over here if I end up liking it. Thanks for the suggestion, Mcore. I probably won't need the black panels though because you can't turn the camera around. School has kept you busy, Cherry. Did check up on waffles yesterday and ran around my island and it was fun. Aw, that makes me happy. I've been meaning to get back into my Wild World Let's Play, and I did play in my Wild World Let's Play Island for the first time again recently, and it was springtime and it made me a lot more excited to be walking around on green grass again rather than snow. Snow just gets really old. Shy! Wow, that's a special resub, Shy. 9 months. The sub baby, the fully grown green tree. Thank you so much for 9 months of support, Shy. I'm so glad we met back in Bywater, and I'm so glad to have known you all this time, and you're so sweet and funny. I really appreciate you, Shy. I'm at a loss for words. Not at my most eloquent, but thank you, Shy. You might want to go and talk to your villagers. Haven't been doing that. Yeah, it's easy to forget and get caught up in decorating. I might need to remember that myself this stream. Oh, am I not sorted by alphabetical? Man, I'm really mad at myself sometimes. I'm curious what they would do for the next Animal Crossing game since New Horizons was so successful. Yeah, I have no idea when I think about things that I would change. A lot of them are quality of life or things like missed opportunities, like having land bridges. And I guess there's also more than just the decorating capabilities. You could also think of like gameplay things they could add, like more villagers and more personalities and more like life sim additions. I'm trying to find the stone archway. Should be around here, right? Okay, I did find him. Rocky Road is the best ice cream flavor. Yeah, I can't deny that. That is a really good flavor. I haven't had it in too long. Now I want Rocky Road. Thank you, Danny. I'm like craving something now. Cookies and cream sounds amazing. Yeah, it's such a good ice cream flavor. It's like better than actual Oreos. Ginger! Coochies and cream. Oh my goodness. That is hilarious. What a typo. Moment of silence for coochies and cream. Oh my goodness. Oh. Goodbye, everyone. Amy's about to ban me. No, it works well with my sense of humor, Ginger. I support it. Support coochies and cream. Yeah, you did come in at a good time, Shy. Oh, your whole tree and your hype train badge. How's your weekend been? We're trying to test on a tunnel. I think one thing that's kind of weird about this being a tunnel is like you can sort of see an outline of it. So I don't know, I think I would have to like hide this as well. Like I would have to put rocks right here so it doesn't look like an archway with like a gap in the middle. Like it needs to look like it's going into the cliff. So I don't know, maybe the cave works better after all. Please, more personality types. Yeah, more villagers too, more species. I feel like they might have been focusing so much on all the terraforming and whatnot for New Horizons that, you know, they didn't give us our bat villagers that we've been asking for forever. Shark villagers, all the sorts of stuff I've heard the fandom talk about. Darn it, why are my pockets full? What did I do to deserve this? I have no recollection of them becoming full. Okay, they're full of fences. I can fix that. Quoting the guy from Holes. Let me just drop some more fences over here. Yeah, should I add that as a quote, y'all? I feel like I should ask Ginger for permission if I add that as a quote. Maybe it can be like an anonymous quote, like one without a source. I don't know. I have to see what Ginger says. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't the first time that's happened. Uh-oh, I see some vote yes. Uh-oh, Ginger. Pistachio ice cream is your favorite? That's such an interesting flavor. You just reminded me another favorite flavor of mine is cheesecake. I really like cheesecake ice cream with like the cheesecake chunks in the middle of them. Bat villagers would be so cute. Yeah, some of these like bat villagers and shark villagers, it reminds me of Pokemon. Like I just sort of envisioned like Sharpedo from Pokemon like walking around your island. Or like the bat villagers, it's kind of like that bat Pokemon that looks like a heart or whatever. Like the Zubat ripoff. What is the Zubat ripoff? Forgot its name. Bat Pokemon heart. Maybe that'll help. Oh yeah, it's this Woobat thing. But yeah, can you imagine this as an Animal Crossing villager? How would it like walk around though? I guess it would need to have some form of legs. But yeah, this evolution has legs, so maybe this can be our new Animal Crossing bat villager. I feel bad I made Stitches cry from not playing New Horizons. Aww. Stitches was mad at you. Carla, you come here to put Ginger in jail. Because I'm too soft on Ginger. Hey, Ginger's a mod. She actually cannot be reprimanded in any way. If you try to do something like to a mod message, it won't let you. Ginger is protected. Oh, and hi, Salvia. Rose Gold Amy. Am I a new Mario Kart character? Oh, it's good to see you. I hope you've had a nice weekend. I'm trying to clear my pockets, which is a struggle on this channel. You can make it a quote. Alright, it's official. I think this will be a popular quote here. And I hope you're having a nice dinner, Ginger. Alright, it has been added. Oh, it's quote 62. Wouldn't it have been good if it was like some other number that's approaching? Maybe I can change it later once we actually get to that number. It's quote 62. Woobat kind of reminds me of Wisp. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess Wisp is like a ghost Pokemon or something. Okay. What am I gonna do to... Let's do a flower stand. I like the flower stands. Gonna keep Danielle in check. Darn it, why is this pink? That is not the reality I wanted. I don't know if it really looks good anyways, but I do need it at a color other than pink. Where is my DIY workbench? Oh, Winter, what's your song request? Winter had to do a little test of the new quote there. I forgot that Blanc left my island, so I'm villager hunting today. Ooh, who are you gonna villager hunt for? Sorry, I'm looking for my DIY workbench now. I forget what it's called. I think it starts with an M? I'm glad you agreed, Katie. We're so mature here. Quick, someone make 6 good quotes. Yeah, the quotes are a funny thing. Sometimes I do multiple ones per stream, and sometimes like there's like a desert. Maybe because I like forget about the quotes. Alright. Be nice if that workbench popped up now. M and no P. Yeah, it should be over here with the M's. Oh, here it is! Yay! I'm so happy to see it. Are we working on the tunnel area for the train tracks? I was thinking so. I have to admit it's not the area that I'm like most psyched for, because I guess when it comes to this area, like I'm psyched for the overlook, and now it's like I gotta make the rest of it look good. And I'm a very overlook-centered individual where that's pretty much all I like to do, so now I'm having to do something else, but I do want to do another overlook nearby, so in order to start on the next overlook, I've kind of got to finish this area, I guess. The next overlook is probably going to be the train or the subway station that these train tracks are coming from. I want to have them like on some sort of lower level, and then you can look down on the train station. Dang it, my customization kit situation. Can you decorate my island? I'm all out of ideas and my island's looking like a hot mess. I'd love to. What's your island theme, Carla? That is required for me. I always have to work with an island theme. If I don't have a theme, I have like no idea what I'm doing. Oh, okay. I've still got to customize that item. Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Heartwood. This is Winter's song request, so y'all Pokemon Arceus fans might recognize it. I copy and pasted your message, Winter, and it had the please in it. Maybe I can search on YouTube without the please. Wow, it sounds dreamy so far. Can you all hear it okay? It would be cool if I got Shino or Cephalobot on the hunt, but I'll keep hunting till I find a cutie. Yeah, those kinds of hunts are a little bit more easier to manage. Us streamers, we often have to pick a single villager to hunt for, and if we don't find them, we're screwed. I know Nimley's been hunting Kiki for a while, for a hot minute. But the sort of hunts where you're casual about it and you just want to find a cutie, I think those are more manageable and doable. Yeah, I think I can maybe make the flower stand work. Oh, you don't have a theme, Carla? You have a cemetery and a weird theme park going on? Sounds like you have a haunted carnival theme, which I know that's kind of a cool theme that exists out there in the Animal Crossing universe, the haunted carnival. You can hear it, Iris? What is this place in Pokemon Legends? What's it like? I'm gonna try to do a cypress plant right here. Maybe the cypress plant will have the sort of vibes to... this is gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. Definitely something haunted. Yeah, maybe you should have like a haunted boardwalk to connect with your carnival or something like that. Like one of those boardwalks that has lots of shops on the side. So it's like all these haunted magical shops leading you to the carnival or something like that. I don't know. That would be fun. Or a haunted forest. Okay, so let's see what sorts of things help fill in the gaps. This is reminding me a lot of a build I did in the distant past called the English Cottage Garden. Do any of you remember my English Cottage Garden build? That build I kind of had to like layer and hide lots of pots. So we'll see if this turns out as well as that build did. Robin with the cypress plant hype. We love to see it. After my Switch got fried, I'm speedrunning rebuilding my island on my new one. Speed building? How is that going for you, Lee? Kiki is one I want to rotate into your island, Shy. Kiki is such a cutie. I have her on Bywater, so I fully support this. I support the Kiki love. I wonder if that's halfway decent. I'm gonna try to just keep going, because the more I add, the better it'll look, maybe. Oh, thanks, Colleen. I appreciate it. I have a lot of fun with different hair colors. Ooh! Okay, so that really did help fill in the gap. Maybe not perfectly, though. There's still like a little bit of a gap. Is the flower stand too weird looking? Let's just keep going. Let's keep working with this, see if we can make it work. So this area that we're listening to called the Heartwood from Legends of Arceus. It's apparently a pretty woods with a grand tree and a stream running through it. Wow, that sounds magical. I don't know what to put in front of this. It's on a half space. Let me look at my handy dandy. Oh, okay. For anyone who doesn't know, I have this really cool thing off to the side that if I ever need ideas for items, I look at it, so you might see me kind of reference that here and there, but this is a lifesaver. I recommend doing this if you have a specific theme with your island and you have a lot of pieces you use over and over. Because now I know, like, oh, this would probably hide a pot. This would probably hide a pot. Oh, it's so handsy. I'm so proud of myself for thinking of this. One of my better thoughts. Carla binge decorated everyone's house and now bored of Animal Crossing again. Oh no. For me, it's like all or nothing. I don't know how to do everyday Animal Crossing. Yeah. It can be hard to force yourself if you're not feeling it. I think some things that can help with Animal Crossing burnout are, you know, doing things other than decorating sometimes. Like, focusing on a different goal, like whether it's the museum or getting villager pictures or just trying to treat it more like a life sim, that can help, and just enjoying the day-to-day activities and try to like romanticize it a little bit and get back into just appreciating the vibes. And I think sometimes when a build or when I'm inspired to be doing a build or decorating, that can get me really motivated too in order to finish the build. So if you start a project you're excited by, but I guess that's the problem. You can't think of like what would be the best. Ooh, this tree might work really well. But we are looking for pot hiders. I'm seeing lots of good candidates for pot hiders, not gonna lie. Oh, Dusty's back! Look at Dusty. We got Dusty back with us, here to distract me from my pot hiding goals here. Oh, look at her. Isn't she sweet? What's she looking at? She keeps like looking around like something's going on. Maybe I should fix the cat cam. Should we fix the cat cam? It's probably not pointed at her anymore. Oh, you can still sort of see her. I'll fix it anyways, though. Oh, I'm glad to have you back, Dusty. Loved my English cottage garden build. Yeah, that might have been like my I was about to say magnum opus. Is that how you say that word? I don't think it is. I don't think that's how you say that. It's a decent pot hider. I think I need to think harder about the vibes of this area though. This is hard. Loved your English cottage garden build. Oh, did I already read that? Well, I don't get tired of reminiscing about that build. One of my favorites. I have a picture of the English garden on my Switch from one of my Treasure Island visits. Oh, I'm happy you still have that. You're at 3 stars right now, Lee, plus a bunch of stuff on the ground that's keeping your rating low. The gas station and Able Sisters cosplay shop are totally done. Ooh, that's cool. I remember I think you stopped by the stream where I worked on a gas station. I was thinking about having a gas station in this sort of like urban, overgrown island. I feel like a New Leaf had more things to do, even though we can cook and other things in New Horizons. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I play it more in a decorating way, so I'm probably biased in the way that I approach it myself. Getting ready for your next build, Lee. Oh, you see a kitty? Yeah. Dusty always just looks a little derpy. Oh my god, look at her! No, I ruined it! I made too much noise. She's like, what's going on? But that was so funny. Will you do that again, please? Oh, I hope I captured it for like a fraction of a second. She looked like kind of done just then. She's doing it again. Is that a normal cat pose? I don't think cats normally do that. I don't know, I'm kind of intrigued by this. Oh, Robin redeemed a cat cam for a minute, just in time to witness this a bit further. Magnum opus. Yeah. Is that the right word, Iris? I don't know, I can't remember what it is. My island is inflation proof. Oof. Gonna keep that gas price low, Lee. Dusty looks like she's done with everything. I know, she does look like that. So these stone patterns I'm about to use, they're actually designed, I think, to go with this pine tree. So maybe I'll just do these patterns underneath the pine tree. I should probably mix it up a little though. Her little arms. Yeah, she's so cute. Love when they do that. She doesn't normally sit like this for me, so it's a little weird for me to see. Normally she's got her arms like tucked into herself. A whole baby. Oh. Your cats do that? I guess Dusty's finally boarding that train then, because I haven't seen her do that before. Alright, she's taking a gander, looking around. She hears y'all talking about her. So I think this pine tree might be something that'll help break up all the, I guess you could say, blockiness of it. I think this might help break up the blockiness. Oh, it's big. This is big. Alright, I'm always getting taken aback by how big things are. Yeah, that might be too big. Then again, I mean, it does do what it's meant to do as far as, you know, peeking through it and seeing those rocks, but I wish I could make it smaller. You know? So cute, I love her. Love you, Dusty. Aw, do y'all want to do some Dusty emote spam from the follower emotes and just show her some love to end the cat cam for 1 minute redemption from Robin? And meanwhile, I'll continue to have an existential crisis about the pine tree. Let me know what you all felt about it, if you thought it was a decent addition or not. Aww. Thank you all. Dusty got showered with some Dusty motes. There's the tiny bonsai and the giant pine, and no in between. Yeah, where's the medium pine tree? This is cracking me up a bit because she looks kind of grumpy. She looks kind of grumpy to me, but I guess she's just tired. She's getting showered with love. Alright, well, back to square one, I guess, because I don't really think the pine tree worked. And we can continue to check up on her. I like to see what she's up to. We could try a decayed tree. That's like still a tree, but it's not quite as big. What's it playing now? It auto-played to a relaxing music compilation. I guess we'll go back to this, my playlist. Imagine if the next game had a customization that would make items either bigger or smaller, depending on what you selected. Yeah, I'm gonna call that, and I don't think that will ever happen for us. I think that's too genius. I don't think they'll ever think of it, but I hope they've been listening to us about stuff like the land bridges or the not cave bridges, the terraforming bridges, you know, across cliffs and stuff. I think the cypress plant might actually be not doing it for me in that specific spot. It needs to be something fluffier. Or I need to put something fluffier nearby. But yeah, the power. The power. It reminds me of that Stranger Things scene where there's this commercial about, I have the power. And I wasn't like an 80s kid, so I don't know that commercial. Alright, what's going right here? Maybe a hedge? Something that I wish we could do the next game, and I think Nintendo isn't smart enough for this either. Jeez, I'm kind of like dragging. I shouldn't sound so negative in that way, but they should let us plant plants in the ground. I think that would be really cool. Like stuff like the Schefflera. There should be an option, like just how there is with food, that you can either eat it or place it on the ground. How about either plant it or place it on the ground with a pot? You can have both options. I think that would be really cool. So I bet that that'll look a little better. And is this an awkward half space? It's very tragic if so. Oh, Mario games are on sale? Which ones are you thinking about, Salvia? How many islands have you completed? My closest one is this island called Bywater. On my Bywater island, I've pretty much mostly finished everything, except for there's a few odds and ends and details that I want to do. I'd love to show you that island sometime. I really like, that's my favorite island ever, is Bywater. This definitely is probably my best layering effort so far. There's something about it that's still a little unpleasing, but this is probably the best effort so far. The only problem is this thing blends in with the rock, and I like contrast when I decorate, so I kind of feel like it blends in with the rock in the background. Does that mean I need to change this color tree? That is a possibility. That would be awesome. Plant or potted. Yeah. Unrealistic, but I think it would be cool. Pro pipeweed, anti-pot stream. Yeah, didn't we have a quote about that the last stream? Yeah, quote 61. How could I forget? So let's see what customizations this tree comes in. Oh, just bought Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. I wonder what Bowser's Fury is. I don't want to bug you because I'm like a Mario casual. I don't want to make you have to Mario-splain to me. But that sounds like an interesting title. I wonder if you play as Bowser or something like that. Ooh, so we do have a brown tree. I also looked at that white tree briefly. And I was like, nah, that probably wouldn't be my aesthetic, but... Ooh. Am I being over dramatic? I'm like, ooh, look at this tree. I think it depends on what angle I'm looking at it from, right? Like from this angle, it's vibing. From this angle, I can get behind it. And maybe this can be another lookout spot. I know it's not the lookout spot, but what do you all think? Should I try to make this a lookout spot too? Because there is still some stuff to see from this angle. Maybe I should. We like our lookout spots here. The star fragment tree should be a real thing in the next game. Not the star fragment trees. I remember all the drama about those. Oh man, that was like a different time. I would say an innocent time for New Horizons, but I guess it kind of wasn't. It was like a high drama time for New Horizons. I remember there was someone that suggested I should have an acorn tree, because I was working on a fall island at the time. Never got my acorn tree. That should be real too. There should be acorns like actually visible in the tree. We can knock them down out of the tree, but we don't actually see them in the tree. Oh, you're casual too, Salvia? Bowser's Fury is just an additional story to beat in 3D World. Oh, okay. I remember one time I played a Mario Party with someone playing as Bowser. We were all like playing against the Mario Party Bowser person. That was a fond memory. Bowser's Fury has kitties? Like the cat suit? Isn't there a cat suit in Mario? I'm trying to drop a red plant, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to drop a red plant. Is this red? Oh, yes, it is red. Thank God. We were spared of yet more dropping. All right. Not looking too bad here. You like this spot for a lookout, Iris? Yeah, it's not the lookout spot, but I mean, might as well see this build from some other angles too, if we have the chance. Oh, hi Super Mario Twitch. That's so funny. You came in when we were talking about Mario and like Mario games on sale and stuff like that. How should I have patterns in this spot? Ooh, this should probably be a weed. Or maybe not, but I'm feeling a weed right here. Oh, you've already found your new cutie villager hunting cherry. Who is it? Julian? Congratulations. I love Julian too. I actually have Julian on this island right now. Maybe I could go talk to my own Julian in honor of your newfound Julian. All right, do we like the weed? I think I do. I think I do like the weed. I have to admit the patterns aspect of this build is making my head hurt. Maybe I should like do that later. It's too much of a math equation to think about the patterns and the furniture at the same time. I'm not powerful enough for that. Oh, there's my flag again. I'm so happy I did my flag. Let's just casually put it on the ground. Not that! Damn it. Alright, I paid for that desire to see my flag, and then I picked up the wrong thing instead of picking up the flag. I would do bad things for pine cones on a pine tree. That would be cute. I feel like that would really throw me off as a long-term Animal Crossing fan, because I'm not used to those cedar trees having anything on them. At least with the oak trees, I'm sort of used to seeing them have like fruit and all, but I'm not used to the cedar trees having anything, but that would be cool. Alright, what's a good item to go right here? Should I do some more like foliage, like bushes, or... Oh, this nostalgic tune, Wild World, 8 p.m. You're doing good, busy running the Mushroom Kingdom. Is it because Princess Peach is absent? Is that why you have to do that? Yeah, I guess I should do the patterns later. Every time I load my patterns screen, like it makes my head hurt, so just try to ignore the patterns for now, and I'll try to figure that out later. I don't know what to do the patterns. So there's another rock. Oh, and I have to see how the cave looks at this angle. Darn, does the cave look kind of derpy from this angle? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Need to hide this anthurium plant pot somehow. How will I do that? Ooh, I just got an idea. How about that item that's like the stool version of the mossy items or the vine items, the stool? I would not eat Taco Bell for a month for star trees again. It's quite the sacrifice, GPV. We're gonna have to jot that down. I'm gonna be calling you out if we get that in the next game. Hey, Taco Bell. Gotta give it up for a month. I guess mine, the equivalent would be like giving up pizza for a month. I don't know if I could do that. It's funny to think, but I at least have pizza once a month. I might go like a week without it or something, but I pretty much have pizza once a month. Or more. And Franklin, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I think that stone might look pretty cool. It's looking very stony over here. Oh, hi Lenore. You're finally feeling better after being sick for almost 2 weeks. That must have been a mean cold, Lenore, or what do you think it was? I'm so sorry that it lasted that long, but I'm glad you're feeling better. I think if you fill in the ground next to the cave with something, it'll blend in more. Oh, you mean on the lower level? Let's try this. Okay, is that good? I don't know if I like it. I'm so picky. Oh, and hi, Hammy! I hope you're having a good Sunday too, Hammy. We're having a crises about how to make this cave look like a tunnel. This is gonna be the tunnel for our train tracks. And just trying to make it look nice and aesthetic and layered. I think I need something taller right here, don't you? How have you been this weekend, Hammy? What have you been up to? Are you and your mom doing okay? Oh, gotcha, Super Mario. And hi, Lemons. Oh, it's wonderful to see you too, Lemons. I hope you've had a great weekend. Thanks for still remembering me. I'm sorry it's been a hot minute. Welcome back to Fawnhollow. Let's see if the pine tree works over here. Wow, this is a big tree. It amazes me every time how big this thing is. Come on, you can't get any closer? But in a weird way, I mean, it kind of does a little of what I wanted it to do from this angle. I sort of felt like I needed something taller, like for the overlook point of view. Oh, except for it like goes away when you do the overlook view. That's so tragic. That sucks. Can I confess something? Every time I see your username, Hammy, I always think of the time you were dressed as a potato for Amy's runway. Oh, that was such a good moment. Thanks for sharing that so I can remember it too. This is hard. But I guess no one ever said this was gonna be easy. Oh dang, that sounds painful, Lenore. I'm glad you're better now. The Shufflera is really tall. I wonder if the Shufflera will be a good like middle ground. Yeah, let's try the Shufflera. So you think on the lower level, maybe a sign and some grass and weeds? That's a good idea. Like what sort of sign would a railroad track have? Debating getting a Gengar pillow to go with my Tom Nook pillow. He looks so lonely. I always shipped Tom Nook with Sable from the Able Sisters. Maybe you could get like an Able Sister plushie or something. Or we could try a giant vine. These things are bulky too, though. These things are no joke. So here's the cocoa tree. Ah, no, that looks dumb. Darn it. Your chicken fingers are here, Salvia. I'm having some pizza for dinner. I hope you're jealous. I hope I'm making you hungry for pizza. I could go back to... Ooh, how about the Forsythia? Darn it. I think what looked best might have been that like little stone stool thing. You remember Potato Hammy too? Hammy was best dressed and I'll never forget it. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a bit of a long time joke on this channel that for some reason it's not a cool thing to not like potatoes, but I am one of those people. Don't think that they're all that good. They're not repulsive. I will correct you on that. They're not like hideously bad, but to me that they just tend to make whatever they're a part of, whatever dish they're a part of, worse rather than better. I think most things taste better without potatoes. And it even culminated in a charity campaign for an $800 reward for me eating a potato live on air. And that was quite the moment, just to reminisce about that. The potato was like really hot and it was making me sweat like crazy because of how hot it was. And every time I heated it up, it still seemed to be like hard as a rock. I was heating it up in the microwave and it was like entirely too large. I could not finish the giant potato, but chat let me go after enough suffering because I was starting to suffer after a while there. Like, please, this potato needs to end. But yeah, I was thinking that to myself the other day. As much as I don't like potatoes, they definitely aren't like repulsive to me. Like something repulsive, maybe you couldn't pay me enough to eat, but potatoes, y'all won me over to at least eat it for charity. Darn, this overlook. I can kind of see the pot of that anthurium plant too much. Tom Nook and Gengar are canon. Well, I mean, I think GPV just stands both of them, which I can't fault. Gengar is a really cool Pokemon. What would Sable's ship name be? Sook? Nabel? Ship names are so funny, aren't they? You're gonna go eat some potatoes now, Colleen, in protest. You doth protest. Okay. What do y'all think of this? Do you like the anthurium plant layering right there? Do you think that that looks pretty good, or am I continuing to like muck this up? You can be honest if I'm mucking it up. You're not a big potato fan either, Lenore. Pasta or rice over potatoes any day. Finally. Lenore is on my side. So, Shy very astutely said that I could have a sign down below. It depends on how modern you want the sign. Like, train signs further out in the country would be simpler, but closer to urban, they would be more modern. So, like the wooden sign turned backwards. Oh, thank you so much for the suggestion, Shy. Royal! Wow. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I really, really appreciate you. Whoa. Thanks so much for the 100 biddies. POQ Esports. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Uh-oh, Colleen. Colleen's starting the hype train. That happened so quickly. That was like wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate it, y'all. All these suit sprites. POQ, thank you so much. Thanks for the 100 biddies and adding to the hype train. Really appreciate you all, and I just want to thank you again, Royal, kicking off that hype there with 3 months with the Force fam. The perfect song is playing during this moment too. More Donkey Kong. Found your Wild World videos on YouTube, and it makes me want to work on my town. I even have Wild World ordered from eBay. Wow, that's really cool. Good luck with your Wild World journey. Do you have any idea like what you're gonna name your town, or like what you're gonna focus on with it? Are you gonna try decorating any with all the decorating we've gotten up to in modern games? Or are you gonna just mostly treat it as a cozy nostalgia? But yeah, I need to get back to my Wild World Let's Play too. I have plans for it, so. You're the same with chocolate, Lolita. Don't like it very much. Now that I will fight you on. Oh, thanks for the hype, y'all. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Do you think that tree is doing much? What I feel like it needs something to break up that line. Doing layering like this sometimes is about breaking up lines. Like there's this sort of line with the rock and the anthurium plants, and I'm trying to put something tall in between them that'll just like soften that. I guess the Schefflera is really like the biggest plant in the game, right? Piggly! Wow, thank you. Thank you for all your support. 6 months, that's so crazy. A whole half a year. Thank you so much for a whole half of year with the Force fam, Piggly. I can't thank you enough, and I'm glad you like the streams. Thanks for adding to the hype train, Piggly. Congrats on your growing tree. I guess I don't have a Schefflera. I could have sworn I did. Let's go and get one. Love Stickerbush Symphony. Yeah, when I was playing Smash Brothers a bit over the weekend, I played a friend in Smash Brothers. I selected the Donkey Kong level a few times, and we played Stickerbush Symphony in the background. It's one of the best Donkey Kong songs. I'm a Kirby main.
I got my eye on you.
Water Tribe.
Hype train fun. Pride Pog.
Wow, thank you so much. Royal, thank you for the 700 biddies. That is super generous. Can't thank you enough. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy your Wild World journey. Oh yeah, let's get some hype and love in chat for that. That was really, really kind. Love you all. I really, really appreciate it. Darn it. Nothing works. Nothing works. I could do a regular tree, maybe. Like, I'm over here, like, doing fake trees over and over. Maybe I could do, like, a real tree right here. Did I just solve everything? I might have. Oh, thank you for getting the shout out, Ginger. I didn't know Royal streamed. Doing some just chatting. All right. So that might almost hide a little too much. I'm curious to hear what you all think about that. Like, I guess if I do this route, then I'm less about this being like a layering exercise and more about that like helping out when you're standing at the overlook. Robin! Robin, thanks for the 100 biddies, friends. Thanks for adding to the hype train. Really appreciate it.
Well, hello. Zuko, yes. Why would I be expecting anyone different?
A forest smug.
That hello will never get old. Hello. As one should do when greeting Zuko, you know, he deserves that treatment. Thank you, Iris. Thanks for the 69 biddies. Let's do another rock right here. Oh, Dusty. I have to show this. Look! Look at Dusty. What are you doing, baby? Oh, doing a big little stretch there, stretching out those limbs. That looks like hard work over there, Dusty. She's laying on her ear. Look how that ear is being laid on so it's not like sticking up anymore. Oh, that's so cute. I could try a cedar tree instead of this oak. You think I should try a cedar? I think someone in chat suggested a teenage tree, but I think I need something tall right here. It's exhausting being so cute. Cats sleep in an inordinate amount of time. They like sleep way too much. I think they do that in the wild too. Like, I think lions and tigers and stuff, they like to conserve their energy. So they just like lay around for 16 plus hours in a day. They need that energy for when they're finally doing an explosive move. But what's funny about house cats is they don't really ever need to hunt, so they're just conserving energy for something that will never have to come to fruition. Dusty's good at conserving that energy. Wish I could be that head empty. I know, Dusty lives the life. Casper laying on your lap, Ginger. Made some biscuits. Aw. I love when they do that. Dusty sometimes makes biscuits on the blanket or on me. That 500 bit alert where Dusty and Mittens are making biscuits. Dusty's actually making biscuits on me in that gif. Like, I'm wearing like some purple pants and Dusty's making biscuits on him. Let's try the cedar. Yeah, that might actually be good to work some more like green into this area. I think I like that a fair amount. So that's good. Figured something out here. Oh, and that concludes the spontaneous hype train. Thank you all so much for that. never have to feel pressured by those, but I really, really appreciate the support. And I was trying to share what emote I got, and it like didn't work. It typed out like hype cool. Did I not get it? Did I not get the emote? That's so funny. I'm jealous. I wish I could sleep like 18 hours a day. I do like sleeping. I think I would like sleeping better if I didn't also have to work though. Because there's this thing where you have to spend so much of your day both sleeping and working, where it's like, gotta squeeze whatever you want to do other than that. You like the cedar? Oh, thank you, Shy. I think I do too. I'm happy about discovering that. Oh, yes. Okay, I think this is hitting the spot for me somewhat. I think I'm a fan of this arrangement. I don't think it's my best work. It's not my best thing I've ever done, but stuff like this is so hard, like layering and arranging and trying to come up with something that vibes. I feel like since I am kind of vibing with it, I should just roll with it right now and not be like a toxic perfectionist. Ah, Colleen, I saw yours though, even though yours said hype cool. It looks like a dolphin with a pair of sunglasses on, so we got like a cool dolphin, Colleen. I was wondering if maybe I should leave this pathway traversable, which, I mean, it doesn't seem to be anyways. I feel like I should be able to scooch right now. Chat, do you think I should be able to scooch right here? I think I should. I think the game is joshing me around. Alright, maybe not. Maybe. I'm gonna try it from the other way, because I'm really curious now why it won't let me scooch. I love this song. This song is the best. Okay, no scooch. Alright, well if I don't need to scooch, then I shouldn't bother with making this traversable. It looks like text for you? Yeah, our cool dolphins are glitched, Colleen. What's up with that? Oh, and hi, Jules. Look at you, getting that rotten acorn turned into a giant one for once. Jules is another one that Cornimer is always cursing with rotten acorns. So I'm really happy for that for you, Jules. How are you this weekend? It's good to see you. Have you worked more on Kava, or what have you been playing lately? Got some mini acorns for Katie and Bruschetta. I got a giant one too, Jules. You and I rocking the best acorns today. Yeah, this area's looking a little bit more filled out. It's cool to not just have the overlook portion going on right now. Like, it's also got like this going on over here. I love how my overlooks are so obvious. Like, pull out your highlighter and your your bookmark. You know when Amy is setting up an overlook here. So obvious. I love seeing it in other islands too. Like when I'm visiting an island and I can just tell there's an overlook coming because there's like a cliff with a convenient path like leading up to it or something. I'm like, oh, here we go. Shy. Do you think maybe you did one earlier? There is like a 1 per day rule. Do you think that's why? I don't know. I don't know why Cornimer's doing you like that, Shy. No, the bush doesn't look good either. I think bushes are surprisingly hard to make look good. I don't know if you all agree with me, but sometimes they just look like way too round for wherever you're trying to place them. I think they can actually be hard to work with sometimes. Oh, did you all get the dog emote? Jules likes that dog emote because it looks like her dog, whose name is Lillian. So that's the Lillian emote right there, the derpy dog. Alright, I got an idea. Since the holly bush didn't look good, I think I'm gonna do a red lily. I think red lilies really suit the vibe of this island. Unfortunately, I do not have one though. I'm gonna go see if Tom Nook can hook me up with a red lily to put right there. I think it'll match the flower stand really well and just help tie together like all the pops of red everywhere. Let's see if Tom Nook has one. Where will this take me? Will you take me to Tom Nook? I love when you only have like one pipe and it just takes you back to that same pipe. There's like a black cut screen and everything. They fool you into thinking it'll take you somewhere. It's like, nope. Oh, look, we have a Leaf here today. Maybe Leaf can help me out with the red lilies. You're the queen of overlooks? Thank you, Iris. It's almost a flaw, though. It's like I like them so much, I struggle to do other things. I'm not a well-rounded Animal Crossing decorator. I'm too into overlooks. So let's see. Red can help me out with hyacinths and windflowers. And yes, you heard right. I did accidentally call Leaf red. Let's see if Nook can help me out. We're looking for a red lily. Amy just calling out my overlook with a path coming up to a cliff like that. Hey, I do it too. How else are you supposed to set up an overlook, you know? We're valid. Oh, you love a good bush, Iris? I have trouble using them sometimes. Yes, Tom Nook! Saving the day! I think lilies must be like my town flower or something. Whenever I need a red lily, they're here waiting for me at Tom Nook's shop. They're always here. I'm gonna buy a bunch of them, just in case Tom Nook does fail me one day. I don't know what this island's town flower is, y'all. Like, I never jotted that down or took notice of it. I have no idea what it is. Maybe it's lilies. I don't know. I love derpy dogs. Derpy dogs are God's gift to Earth. What about derpy cats? What about derpy cats? Okay, I have to full screen this a second. God, she's so cute. Stan Dusty. Red leaf ship? Trying to envision that dynamic. We got sneaky red and wholesome leaf. Maybe Leaf is like secretly into that and red like scratches that itch for him. I don't know. I've never seen anyone ship Leaf with anybody. So that's as good as any, I guess. Who would Leaf hook up with? I feel like dirty for asking that question. I feel bad about Leaf and just broaching that topic now. He's too wholesome. And thank you for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. Welcome to my kitty Dusty and my island Fawnhollow. Oh, nice. Lemon's got a giant acorn too. Giant acorn club. Derpy cats too, for sure. Yeah, I love all animals. I'm a big animal fan. Opposites attract for Leaf and Red. I forgot why I came over here. Oh yes, we're gonna plant a red lily right here. All that trouble and I almost forgot like why we went to that trouble. Dang, this is looking nice. Maybe I should do this little section over here though, because otherwise I'll forget. Darn, what's gonna go over here? Maybe another tree? Tony, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ooh, should I do bamboo? I haven't done bamboo yet. Come on. Look good. Look good for me, bamboo. Dang, I might like the bamboo. Okay, we're gonna leave that for now. Something I'm doing with this build, I don't know, it's not liking me, but I feel like I'm overthinking a little less, and I'm just kind of going, okay, that looks good. We're keeping it. You get to stay on the island. You will not be voted off the island today, bamboo, because I decided you vibe just enough. But something's got to go in front of it, because I'll let you in on a secret. I don't actually like it to look like bamboo. I just think the tuft of leaves on top is cute. So I kind of want to hide everything but the tuft of leaves on top. Will it let me plant a tree right here? No! Screw you, game. That's okay. Maybe I can put it right here. Shipping can be wholesome. It depends. Yeah, I am not the biggest shipper in the world. Sometimes I couldn't relate growing up. Like, I grew up during certain, like, popular cultural phenomenons where shipping was a big deal. I'm talking, like, Twilight and Harry Potter and stuff. And I was always just, like, kind of on the sidelines with those. My mom's Chihuahua used to lie on top of my late German Shepherd. Aw, that sounds cute. Yeah, I'd love to see a picture of that, Strawberry. Robin! Can we have the Funky Water Donkey Kong song, please? Aquatic Symphony? I think that's what it's called. Oh my god, y'all. I was about to type this into YouTube. I thought Robin actually gave me a title, so... Funky Water Donkey Kong song, please. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what happens. Yeah! Okay, well I actually came up with Funky Waters. Is that what you want, Robin? Funky Waters? I think this is the one you want. And we'll get back to 2 a.m. in just a second. Oop. Overlapping them for a second. Not a combination you were expecting me to DJ today. The bamboo is just so tall. Yeah, I think so too. I'm a little sad you can't see it from the overlook though. Like from here it looks cool. Ooh. That's kind of cool. I can see some buildings and I'm hiding behind the cedar tree. Do you all think that that tree should be a teenager though? Would that look better as a teenager tree so you can see the top of the bamboo more? Maybe that should be a teenager. Aquatic ambiance. Yeah, this song is sick. Aquatic ambiance, Stickerbush Symphony, Forest Interlude. To me, those are like the holy trinity of Donkey Kong songs. I wish I could be educated on other ones that I like as much, but I have tried to listen to a few other Donkey Kong songs and none of them like hit as hard as that. Like, would you all add anything else to the Donkey Kong holy trinity? This is the 10-hour version. Yeah, I could listen to this song for 10 hours, not gonna lie. I think one time I did like leave it on for not 10 hours, but multiple hours. I think I did listen to one of these Donkey Kong songs for that long once. Have any of you ever done that? Like listen to one song like extended for hours and hours on end? Or it does get repetitive after a while, probably. You like that Miss Abyss, Hammy? I see Donkey Kong rhyming there. I don't think Miss and Abyss really rhyme though. Unless you say it like abyss. Am I saying abyss wrong? Is that not how you say it? Is it said like abyss? And hi Big Jills, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. Oh, thank you, Lemons. What are you working on now, Lemons? I know you finished that island that we toured a few streams ago. Why doesn't it let me scooch? I'm calling corporate. It won't let me scooch right here. I'm complaining to my manager. Forcing me to use a ladder right there. Yeah, I like the teenager tree a lot more. Now I just need to get an apple to freeze the tree like that. They really went off on this song. It's a beat. Yeah, some of the comments are kind of funny with it too. Let me read some of the comments. So this one's presented as like a quote type of meme. Game dev, hey, can you make a quick tune to play over a gorilla riding a swordfish underwater? David Wise, how about I replicate the lullaby that angels play for God when he needs to rest? Game dev, whatever man, just have it done by Tuesday. Another one was like, hey Dave, we need a water level music for our silly monkey game. Write a timeless masterpiece, got it. But yeah, I feel the same way. Such a good video game song. Okay, we came in here for apples. Didn't take me too long to remember that. I don't think I have apples in here, that sucks. I think these video game songs are designed to be repetitive and good, that way to keep a player wanting to continue playing the game and in the zone. That's a really good example of like music psychology, Bruschetta. I feel very similarly. I think lo-fi can be kind of like that too sometimes, where lo-fi is really good like productivity music. And in fact, that's part of the strategy for why I play like video game music and lo-fi like as the background for stream, is I figure if it works for one video game, it could probably work for any video game, even if it's not always Animal Crossing music that I play. Sometimes if I'm really focused on something, I forget I have an extended version on. Yeah, that happens to me on stream sometimes too, when the extended versions sneak onto my playlists. I try to take the extended versions off my playlist though when I realize, because we don't need to listen to this for 10 hours. Or do we? Oh, I'm glad you're doing well, Big Dills. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better today than I was last week. I was really worn out last week, but I'm feeling good today. Even though it's almost over, sadly. And hi, Sailor Neptune! It's good to see you. How are you today? Lemons is working on a spring core island right now, primarily pink, green, and white. Ooh, spring. That'll be perfect for this time of year, Lemons, and you do flower arranging so well. Okay, I'll read it in my country voice, because I see some apostrophed G's here. I'm tired just from watching how busy you are, Shucklin. Every day I take a stroll around here, so I know this island better than most. Do y'all want more of my country voice? What do you need, Cluckin'? I know this island better than anyone. Want to hear about the best walking route you can take? Sure you do. Let me see, on a day like this, it's perfect weather for taking a stroll along the beach. We are on the beach! That's where we are right now. How'd you know? Do you think they're that smart? Stand the teenager tree. Teenager trees are everything. Are they the best form of oak tree? We have a few teenager trees right here. Let's vibe with this spot for a hot second. Look at that foliage. Oh great, I ruined it. Abyss, it does rhyme. Oh, okay, so abyss does rhyme with a miss. I was like, those words don't rhyme. It's abyss. So dumb. Waterworld is a good bop, not as chill, but more magical. Is that a Donkey Kong song? We'll listen to that one next. I don't know when to end the Robin redemption for this song, because can't do it for 10 hours, but... Sup, Julian? You enjoying that sandwich? That BLT? Without the B? I assume because can't have bacon. Kel surprise. Wait, what? What did I do? No, I hate when I do this. Damn, I gotta find something to give to Julian now in my pockets. I wanna give him the gift of a cedar tree. Let's do it. A cedar tree, you know me so well. Hey, you never know when this kind of thing might come in handy. Thanks. We'll have to see where Julian plants the tree I gave him. I didn't mean to do that though. So this, we're testing out this new Donkey Kong song. Do y'all like it? And hi Dale! Giving you 02 vibes. What's 02? Let me Google that. I was actually inspired a little by our crush Dale. You know, from Arcane, Vi. I guess I don't have the right color to be a Vi cosplay. And how's your progress on that island, Dale? Dale's got this beautiful jungle island going on right now. Maybe I can even show a picture from Discord, show it off a little, because you posted it in Discord and it's really, really pretty. Let's see what the screenshot section of Discord looks like. Yeah, this is Dale's jungle island that she's working on. It's so pretty. I love how magical it is. Such a unique spot right here. Wow, look at that layering! Oh my gosh, this is totally like what I do too. This is what I've been trying to do today, Dale. Oh my god. It's so cool that you do the same sort of thing. And Cloudy did a flag. That's a really nice flag. I need to remember to post more of my own screenshots in Discord. I haven't really been good about doing that lately. Oh, and have a good night, Lee. Thanks for being here. You're doing tired but good, Dale. Oh, hope you get some good rest tonight then. Did I do a good job on that accent? Thank you. I am from the South, so it's probably the only accent I can do properly. Ask me to do British or anything like that and you will cover your ears. You're so good with foliage, tree placement, and making it look natural. Oh, thank you, Bruschetta. I have to admit, I think that's my strength as well. I joke a lot about furniture arranging, but I think I'm good at tree arranging. Love Dire Docks too. Yeah, I actually have a playlist that's called Water, and I'm trying to like collect lots of water songs to the water playlist. So maybe I'll add this one to the water playlist, except it's extended, so I don't want to have the extended version on there. No extended. Trying to think what to put over here. Maybe another Schefflera. Mixing Melancholy and Hot Head Bop are good DK songs. Ooh, thank you! I'm gonna make a little list of your Donkey Kong recommendations, because Those 3 songs that I mentioned are some of the best video game songs I've ever heard, and yet I haven't really liked a whole lot of other Donkey Kong stuff as much. So I'm jotting these down here. Story time, streamer robbed me of my points redemption by not playing the 10-hour song I requested. Oh, I couldn't read that. I was laughing too much. That is pretty funny, Robin. You can gift villagers trees. Yeah, I did that once before as a clip. It was actually really funny. I wish I could find that clip on the fly real quick. It was a funny clip. Do I need something red? Yeah, I think we need to tie even more red into this spot. Do they really go and plant the tree somewhere? No. I think it's kind of a garbage gift. I think they probably don't like it. They're probably like, huh, that's not something I wanted. So it was probably mean of me to gift the tree. Vi baby, I know, she's the best. Zero Two is an anime character with pink hair and she's adorable. Oh, cool. Yeah, I hadn't heard of her. Giving Julian the tree. Time for my villagers to help out with builds. Yeah, I'll probably like regret giving that to Julian later. Be like, I need a cedar tree. Alright, I think I want to do another red flower, but maybe I'll get a little feisty, and instead of the anthurium plant, which I use every 2 spaces on this island, maybe I'll use this thing instead. the Casablanca lilies. And Jamie D, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Your island's coming along well, Dale, and your entire island is just layering on top of layering. Jeez, props to that, Dale. I have to admit, I think that's some of the more exhausting type of landscaping is stuff like this, where you have to like think about every layer and every placement. And Peps-chan, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Yeah, don't you think so, Dale, or do you think other things are more exhausting? I'll take an overlook over this layering any day. Tiggs! What an honor! Got the Tiggs fam here. Hi Beatles, hi Ed. Oh, hi Nimley. Sophia. Look at all those cute slime emotes. Tiggity is a wonderful Nintendo and variety game streamer with a big focus and background on Animal Crossing. If any of you don't know, I highly recommend his channel. Go and check him out. And hi everyone, welcome in. What did you all play today? Well, let's give you a shout out and that will that will tell us very sneakily. Oh, you're playing some Pokemon. I haven't finished that one yet. I actually did start Pokemon Diamond or Pearl. I think I have Diamond. And I got to like the 2nd gym. And then I just can't tear myself away from Animal Crossing, sadly. Oh, thanks for the hype and thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. My name is Amy and we're working on some cozy decorating this Sunday. The Donkey Kong song. Wow, that rhymed. The Donkey Kong song in the background was a song request. We're checking out some Donkey Kong tunes today. And this is my island, Fawnhollow. It's supposed to be kind of... Oh, and Peps-chan, thanks for the follow. It's supposed to be kind of overgrown and like a city that was fallen into disarray. It's a little messy, but if you squint, maybe can see the mood I'm going for. And I'm trying to like work on all the different angles of this build and just get it looking more filled out. Suck at Nuzlocke? Oh, Yeah, I remember you saying that you were doing your first Nuzlocke. I actually learned what Nuzlocks were from Twitch. I didn't really know what they were before Twitch. It was actually some of the first content I ever watched on Twitch was a mixture of like Animal Crossing back in the New Leaf days. And sometimes I would check out Pokemon streams. I always kind of looked for Pokemon streams that weren't shiny hunting for some reason. I guess I figured that they wouldn't find the shiny when I was watching. Just reminiscing about my first things that I watched on Twitch, I guess. We love a donkey song. Yeah, let's check out the other ones y'all suggested. Mining Melancholy. Is this one any good? I guess it would be kind of mean of me to just be like, no, this song sucks. But here's Mining Melody. I am having a bit trouble figuring out what to put in front of that Shufflera. Nothing that I placed looks super great. That looks cool. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Just shaved and I feel like I turned the clock on my age. That sounds like a good feeling. I can be pretty lazy about shaving my legs. I just sort of like run the razor and it depends on how good my razor is on any given time. That was probably too much information. Let's let's move on from that. Let's check up on Dusty. Oh yeah, Dusty's back there. She doesn't have to worry about shaving. She's just back there vibing. Oh god. Oversharing on Twitch. Gotta love it. Good night, Lolita. I think as often as you use Anthurium, I use a wheat field or sugarcane plant. Yeah, we all have our favorite items. What's everyone's favorite Animal Crossing item? Mine's the cypress plant. But I have to admit, some of these new plants introduced through the 2.0 update gave the cypress plant a run for its money. Look at me using these Shuffleras instead, but it'll always be the cypress plant. Is Dusty looking at y'all? Looks like she's taking a peek at you all. Oh, you ended up only shaving one leg, Lenore? That's so funny. Very relatable. Dusty looks concerned at you all whenever she looks up from her bathing. She's like, you're interrupting me. You're spying on me. Your favorite item are the glass candle holders or mom's candles. My favorite candle is the wedding candle. That is the best candle. Best candle in Animal Crossing, the ones that are from the wedding event. Alright, I think I like that weed. I want it to be the biggest weed though, the one that's like an extra floofy weed, so... Mine is probably the illuminated snowflakes or the big festive tree. Oh, I remember those from your island, Katie. Wedding candle all day. In the battle of the Animal Crossing candles. They all have their different uses though. I love me the good regular candle, like in indoor rooms, like next to a bed if you're going for a less modern theme. Love something like that. Yay, we did a little bit of layering done today. And just to tell you all about what's gonna go with the rest of this area, I have this like slice of land here in between sort of my house area and that area I was just working on. And I want to do another overlook over here. Because I'm all about them overlooks. And I think I'm gonna do like a series of inclines going down and then back up to use some of my inclines, so that'll help with the overlook. And I want there to be a train station at the bottom. That's kind of like a Spirited Away train station. And the train tracks will disappear into water. So I guess at some point I have to start thinking about the build that will go down below and make sure I have room for that. Oh, this is mathy. I'm very intimidated with how to do this. Do you think that's the next step though? Like now that I've done what I can up here, I feel like I've got to start thinking about the build that'll come next. The wedding candles, the one with the leaves. I feel like all of them look the same to me. The wedding candles, they're different colors, but they all look the same. Yeah, GPV has a Candle Core Island. We have a pun saved in our quote spot. Let me see if I can actually find it. I can be bad at finding quotes on the fly. Alright, can I find it? Oh, I did! I found it! Record of your Candle Core Island. What did you think of that song? It's okay if you didn't like it as much. I didn't really notice it. Maybe I got kind of distracted from welcoming the raid. I didn't really listen to it very much. Futeku, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Maybe this song is just really ambient. That is a whole genre of music. You're not supposed to really pay attention to it. It's just ambient background noise. I don't really listen to a whole lot of ambient music. I tried to listen to it when I was younger. Like Brian Eno and some of those ambient artists, but I didn't really get into it. I like for my music to be exciting. Are you gonna keep the dragon fairy tale overlook? No, because I guess my island isn't medieval anymore, so it doesn't really make sense anymore. When I first created this island, I wanted it to be like a fantasy island, but then I like switched focus to post-apocalyptic for some reason. I guess the song actually isn't very ambient. It's got a rhythm to it. I guess I dig it. I like it. Candle core, that sounds magical. Yeah, I have trouble imagining a whole island that's candle core, so I really want to see GPV's island when it's done. But I've seen some builds that are candle core, and basically what's really neat about them is imagine the candles at like a million different layers. Like you put some candles on tall items, some on short items, some on the ground, and then do them on different layers of like terraforming as well. And then it's just this really cool, like, layered candle effect. You always forget about your quote, GPV. Must be thinking of someone else on here that had a winter-themed island. Was it Lemon's? We toured Lemon's winter-themed island recently. I have to admit, I am a little intimidated by this next step though. Maybe I should just keep working on layering up there. So what I would need to do for this build is basically figure out like how I'm gonna connect my house to the area behind it. Which, I'll be honest, this is gonna be a little tricky because this area is super woodsy. So I guess it'll just have to be a woodsy path. Or I could have the path come out from the other side of the woods, and there could be an incline right here that leads you... Yeah, that might be better. Because things are kind of cramped over by my house anyways. There's like no room to walk. Oh yeah, Mercy's winter island. Mercy said she reset her island over the weekend, and having bad luck with RNG. So everyone send Mercy some good RNG vibes. It's like that emote in Animal Crossing. Let me see if I can find that emote. Oh yeah, it's this one. Oh no, no it's not. I thought it was that one. Okay, it's this one. This is the Send Good Vibes emote. I'm doing it one-handed with my shovel in my other hand. I always love candle coring up some Pocket Camp. Yeah, Pocket Camp is really OP. I wish that they kept doing updates for Animal Crossing New Horizons, like they do with Pocket Camp. I wish we had more urban core items. Now that I'm actually doing urban core myself a little bit, I wish we had more. There's so much more that they could have added. Like, you know those medieval walls that they gave us? What if they gave us urban versions of those walls? That would be so cool. Like, walls that you can build like actual modern buildings with. They set a precedent with those medieval walls. I just wish they took it further and gave us some other walls too. I've seen people use those castle walls for like modern builds though. Like you can kind of use them for whatever you want and just ignore the fact that the top looks like a castle. Yeah, Mercy's Island. I'm so sad she deleted it. We shouldn't, maybe we shouldn't talk further while she's not here, but I was so sad she deleted it. You should try Hothead Bop too. Yeah, the autoplay keeps getting me, I'm sorry, it keeps going back to Stickerbush Symphony, but I actually did like Mining Melody once I listened more to it. Okay, let's do Hothead Bop. And I might have to think a little bit harder about the area I'm moving next into, so maybe I'll actually go back and do some layering. Yeah, but I am about ready to start working on the train station soon, so that's exciting for the next stream I do maybe is maybe we can start our next overlook. We love ourselves a good overlook. The urban islands are very nice. Oh, would you ever do an urban island, Nimley? I never really fully picked up on what your second island was gonna be, Nimley, because you have a second Switch now. I know your first one is like Lord of the Rings, Valinor, which I was always really obsessed with that theme. It's perfect with the new series coming out. The new Lord of the Rings Amazon series. I just had an idea for something. Let's do like a fake building up here. Oh, darn. If they had urban walls, I know. We're stuck with these simple panels, Iris. Look at these freaking simple panels. I made these, by the way. I made these ones. Alright, I gotta find the pattern I picked up on. Sad for her commission clothes she lost by resetting. Oh yeah. You have good memory, Pasta. They've given us quite a lot of buildings in Pocket Camp the past year. I'm just waiting for them to join the New Horizons hype and give us castles. Ooh, y'all don't have castles yet in Pocket Camp? We have something that you all don't? Why won't it let me do this pattern? No. Why am I like this? Why do I always have full pockets? Oh, and hi SQM! Wow, it's good to see you. How have you been, SQM? So excited for Rings of Power? Let's chat. What were some of your reactions to the trailer, Nimley and friends? I'm kind of psyched about like younger Galadriel action. And I think other than that, I think a lot of the plot is being kept close to the vest. I guess it's going to be based off of the forging of the One Ring and Morgoth and everything. One thing that threw me off a little is that apparently like they're squeezing an entire age into the span of a lifetime, because I guess it wouldn't make any sense to have to keep changing the characters because they keep dying. But they are like kind of taking something that happened over like the second age of Middle Earth and squeezing it into Isildur's lifespan. I guess I can't hate for that because they gotta do what they gotta do to make it work for the medium. But that was the nice thing about Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings was designed to be a more easy span to tell in fiction within a lifetime. You're getting a floral train station later this month, Hammy, in Pocket Camp? Floral train station. I'll have to look at that. I don't know what you mean by floral. Might have to pick your brain on how to make the transition from my entrance. Ooh, sure. Yeah, I'm happy to try to offer suggestions. I'm honored. Oh, so Nimley's second island will be a cozy little urban farm island. Urban farm, that's really fascinating. Can't wait to see you do that. This is coming together so smoothly. Oh, thank you, Dale. Yeah, I kind of like this song. I think nothing will beat like the big three for me, which is the symphony, Stickerbush Symphony, Aqua, whatever, Forest Interlude. Those are the big three for me, but I do like these. These are good. These are solid. Oh, Pasta, thanks for the Organize Your Pockets redemption. I did kind of do that, didn't I? Look at me. Do you call these organized, Pasta? Does this meet your organized standards? What's the name of the path you're using right there? I don't know what the name of it is, but I could definitely... Darn it. I could definitely give you the MA code for it on Discord if you want, Rivendell. Are you in the Discord? Almost certain we caught a glimpse of Valinor in the trailer. Did we? I want to see it. I bet they did a beautiful job on Val. Oh my god. This is so pretty. I don't know if what I'm looking at is true though. Like, is this stuff for real? Whoa. So this is Valinor right here. Maybe you could draw some inspiration, Nimley. I think a lot of this stuff looks like the white column items to me. And gazebos. Dude, I want to make Valinor now. I want to do this build. Not me calling this a build. I want to do this build. What else is there? The 2 trees of Valinor? I've always heard about these in the books, but I've never seen like a picture of them. This will be really cool to actually see this in the show. Tolkien liked his trees. There were a lot of trees that were special. I mean, there's the white trees of Gondor. There's the tree that's like on the Mines of Moria, which I think might be a drawing of another famous tree like this. I don't know. And then there's the Ents. I don't know. Tolkien really liked his trees. I had a headache for a few hours, but I took some meds and now I'm happy and full of pizza. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your headache. I'm glad it got better though. I know how that feels. I get migraines a lot. And I'm gonna get full of pizza later myself. I figured they would stretch the timeline. Yeah, I hope they'll do it justice though. I guess it's basically just condensing down a story. Oh, you've been job hunting, SQM? Good luck on your job searching. Best of luck. I hope you can find something perfect for you. I haven't watched anything for the upcoming Lord of the Rings stuff, but hyped anyways. Might keep myself in the dark for it. Oh, I'm sorry if I spoiled anything. Hammy, did I spoil? I'm sorry. I'm the type of person I always watch trailers for things. What I don't do sometimes is watch like the Emergency Awesome. He's like this YouTuber that will like break down every frame. I think you're pretty much just asking to be spoiled if you do stuff like that. Because with the modern like trailer breakdowns where you can freeze every second, you can pretty much gather maybe more than you would want to. So right now what I'm doing, if you're curious, I was thinking of putting a base of patterns right here, and then I was actually thinking of doing a fake building, like a crumbled building. I guess this building would be really like tossed into disarray though, because it's with all this other ruined stuff. So this would not be a very intact building. I plan on using stuff like this to construct the building, like the crumbled items. Oh my god. Pasta dragging me. Not organized for me, but organized for you. Oh man. Part of it's because of the fact I'm streaming, I have to admit. I've had people tell me that my pockets drive them crazy because I don't move everything around. That takes a lot of time. They don't give us a touchscreen. Oh, you cried at the 2 trees. Yeah, I think I've seen some of your reactions about the 2 trees on Twitter, Nimly. So many reference photos on Pinterest. Yeah, I love Lord of the Rings art. There's so much great Lord of the Rings art out there. Oh, hi Tommy Buckets. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, and hi Jeremy. It's good to see you. Ignore the repetitive pattern making I'm doing. Sometimes I want to make some quick progress, and I'll go over and change some of these later. Everything is a potential build. Yeah, I kind of miss doing standalone builds sometimes on stream. I guess it's because it's so much work to set up a standalone build, but I really want to do some more. We're back to the Mining Melancholy Donkey Kong song. I think I'll switch back to my usual Animal Crossing playlist now. We're about to party it up with some 2 AM GameCube. I love seeing streamers watching other streamers stream, love the support, and woman-to-woman love. Oh, are you talking about me and Nimly? Yeah, I do. I honestly do feel bad about how often I can make it to other streams though, because I have like a really early shift job, so sometimes like I have to go to bed early. The best time for me to watch, and this isn't like I can actually watch Tiggs pretty frequently because afternoon is like the best time slot for me. But I'm a night owl on my days off, so on any sort of day off I can stay up late and watch Nimly. Nimly's a lovely late night streamer on the West Coast. Y'all should check them out. Alright, let me see here. Why does this look so terrible? I don't have like the blank version. I have like all the whatever. I need the version that's blank. Here it is! Wait, why is it all the way up here? Oh my god, I found it. Nothing you showed was spoilery enough. Thank god, Hammy. I would have felt so bad. Love Emergency awesome. Yeah, he really breaks it down. And he covers a lot of fandoms. It really amazes me. Stranger Things, which I think is coming out sometime this year too. Do you ever go to Ren fairs? I've always wanted to go to one. I already have stuff I could wear to a Ren fair. I have like an Arwen inspired dress, which I actually paid a pretty penny for on Etsy. It was a dress from Etsy. And I always told myself that it could be like a backup wedding dress or something if necessary, because it was a few $100s, but it's a really gorgeous like velvet, crushed velvet, Arwen inspired dress. So I could wear that to the Ren Fair if I'm not too scared about spilling some rum on it. I don't know. Have you? I'm sure you've probably gone to one. Do we have the 3 a.m. New Leaf Bop in the playlist? Are you talking about 3 a.m. New Horizons, Hammy? Are you talking about that atrocity? Because I think 3 a.m. New Leaf is probably a vibe. Aw, thank you, Nimly. You should try Bayou Boogie, similar to In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. I was about to try to sing that song, but then I lacked confidence in myself. Let's see if I'm inspired when we go to this actual song. I guess you're getting a free music request because... Oh no! I searched for In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins because you said that. I'm looking at pictures of Phil Collins on my YouTube. Okay. Bayou Boogie. So we're gonna try to make a fake building now. I have some things in mind. We're gonna try to use those like crumbled Greek items. A little rum adds character. I got new neighbors that just moved in and I already despise them. Are you talking about Animal Crossing or real life pasta? I'm so sorry about that either way. I go whenever I can, but I didn't realize the Ren Fair opened again this past summer, so I missed it. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I would have felt super comfortable going into a convention the past couple years, but it is starting to get better now to where we could definitely start thinking about that stuff again, I think. Where's the archway? I need the archway pretty badly. Do I not have one? Oh, shoot. Do you think it's in a different section? Yeah, why is it in a different section? What the heck? This game is drunk. You're mistaking your 3 a.m.s? Yeah, it's New Horizons. That's the joke 3 a.m. song. Yeah, I don't know if I hear In the Air Tonight. Maybe I'm just not a big enough In the Air Tonight Phil Collins stan. I don't hear it. Should I look up the lyrics? Oh, this is like a kind of a low tempo song, isn't it? I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord. That's like the only part I know. I don't know what the chorus sounds like. I need to listen to this song again, I guess. Realizing now that a lot of my regular wardrobe is Ren Fair appropriate. Pinafore Supremacy. Oh, that's really sweet, Doremi. I don't even know if I own something like a Pinafore. 100% going to the Dragon Con in Atlanta this year. What's Dragon Con? Is that like a Ren Con, or is that something else? Is that like a medieval con? Doremi wardrobe tour win. Oh, that would be cute. I want to see those pinafores. I guess the first thing I need to do in order to do this building, I need to actually get some simple panels. Because you cannot make a building in this game without simple panels. Okay, you probably can. You've been to one Rin Fair, Iris? What was it like? Did you dress up? Oh no, I'm not gonna put away these pillars again. I worked too hard for these. I will ground storage them though. Oh, your neighbor's dog was outside last night till 11:30 barking and going for round 2 today, still outside barking. Oh, I'm sorry. I get it sometimes, but they should try to wind it down like late at night when people are trying to sleep. Amy karaoke stream win. Yeah, I'm like looking at the other lines and I don't remember how they go. I seem to only remember those like low lines that go, oh Lord. I would play it if we wouldn't get DMCA'd. I don't trust Phil Collins to not DMCA me. Someone actually made a mashup of this and In the Air Tonight. Oh. Was it one of those like Silva Gunner accounts? There have been times. One time I was trying to play Dire Docks and it started morphing into some other song and we were all just like, whoa, what just happened? Got frickin' Silva Gunnered. Oh, so Dragon Con is basically one huge pop culture convention where everyone cosplays. Pop culture. Oh, those kind of remind me of the... I'm like too rusty at remembering the names of these cons because of all these pandemic years. Comic-Con, yeah, it kind of reminds me of Comic-Con. I think it's just general pop culture. The only convention I've ever been to is this one called Animazement. To be honest, it wasn't my idea. I was invited to it. I only watch like Sailor Moon really as far as anime. I'm not like a big anime person, but I think I dressed up as Aerith one time, and I dressed up as Cresselia one time, and I was really embarrassed by the Cresselia one. No one knew who I was. I just was walking around looking like something. But I liked the Aerith one. The Aerith one was fun. I had some Sephiroth's mime. Well, spoilers. I actually had that spoiled for me when I played Final Fantasy VII. Like, someone freaking spoiled that for me. I was like, damn. Come on, can you not keep your mouth shut? Okay, well, I think I just spoiled it. Okay, I need to stop talking. I'm trying to find simple panels. I don't know where they are. Sort by alphabetical. It is hell finding anything in the storage. I cannot find anything at all. It backfired. When I hear the name Phil Collins, my mind instantly goes to the Disney movie Tarzan. Dude, I think of it too. Isn't there like this really iconic beginning of the song too? I don't know. Yeah, I definitely think of Tarzan, Mana. I probably watched Tarzan at like this crucial part of my life where it really left an imprint on me. You did wear a costume, Iris? It was basically just a large cloak. I want to see if I can find a picture of it. Oh, no pressure. Demon Slayer, it's so good if you want to try a newer anime. Oh, thank you. What about Attack on Titan? Is that any good? I saw a post about it on Twitter. Essentially the same thing as Comic-Con. There's also like a true crime convention. And love the Renaissance Fair every year. Oh, so you're a big like convention goer? I love Cresselia. Dude, one person recognized me and they asked me for my picture and it like made my life. They were like, Cresselia is my favorite Pokemon. That was the only person who recognized me. I felt so dumb. Ooh, I'm cringing at myself. We need to change the subject. This is too cringe. You're planning your Upper 6 cosplay for Dragon Con this year? I don't know what Upper 6 is, but I'm sure you'll kill it, Dale. Alright, so these are the building designs we're using. Same. Tarzan equals Phil Collins. Dude, y'all are making me want to listen to that song. And I can't. I know what I'm listening to after stream. Couldn't tell you how often I open and close my storage without a single clue as to why I was there in the first place. That makes me very happy, Dale, because I do that all the time and I feel dumb about it. Did you like the song? I think it was really quiet for me, I'm not gonna lie, and I actually think I might have liked the mining one better. Maybe I don't like the Phil Collins song, I don't know. AOT is good if you want to cry all the time. Attack on Titan. Oh. Yeah, I've just heard some people recommend it to me before. I always have to research if I think I'll like something or not because there's only so much time to watch new shows and things. You started a build today using my mountain codes? Oh, really? Pasta, I can't wait to see it. I'm always so intrigued when I see people use those. What are you gonna use as the mountain peak, Pasta? Because my mountain codes look really weird without like some sort of peak on top. Attack on Titan is awesome. Recommend. Obscure cosplays are your favorite. Yeah, it is fun to be recognized though. I saw some Animal Crossing cosplayers. It was like a whole group of them, and there was like Reese and Cyrus. And it was at this anime convention I'm talking about, and I asked for their picture, and I was super cringy, and I was like, I'm a big fan. I have a blog about Animal Crossing, and they were just like, like, okay. I think that was before I was an Animal Crossing streamer. What kind of music are you into? Who are some faves? My favorite band is probably New Order. I like Joanna Newsom a lot. Kate Bush. It's actually kind of hard to like reel off my favorites like that. I liked Joy Division a lot in high school. I like Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears is a bop. Yeah, I guess I like, I like My Bloody Valentine a lot. They're this shoegaze band from the 90s. I saw them live once, it was really good. Oh, and I like the Shins. The Shins is always a bop too. Alright, almost done customizing these panels. You would be the same, Beatles. Yeah, I felt kind of silly afterwards. I was like, man, I overshared about my Animal Crossing blogging. Since you like fantasy, for me, the anime geared towards what you might like, I highly recommend watching Fate Zero. Oh, what's Fate Zero like? One sort of fantasy-based anime I watched, I guess it's like a North American fantasy. I watched The Dragon Prince on Netflix. It was alright. Wasn't like life-changingly good, but it was solid. I have like a few different tiers. I have like life-changingly good, very good, And I tend to like most things that I watch because I try not to like pick out something that I'm not gonna like. So I usually like things that I watch. Love Kate Bush. Yeah. She's so good. I love The Dreaming and Hounds of Love. Love, my favorite song I think is probably the Running Up That Hill. Such a bop. Alright, I'm looking for my pergolas now. That'll be the top of my building. You're at a con, it makes sense to share. Yeah, I'm just kind of awkward. One of my favorites, I found some Lord of the Rings cosplayers too, and I asked them for a picture and they did a really funny pose. And I freaking loved it. It was my favorite picture, but I think they were a little disgruntled at having to take the pictures, so it was a combination of a killer pose while also looking kind of annoyed. Because I guess if you're like being a really good cosplayer, I guess you're just gonna get asked for your picture all day. But yeah, those were some of the pictures I took. Okay, so here's the pergola. How close should I make it to the edge? Should it be like a cliffside building, or is that gonna throw things off? Maybe I should have it like on the very edge of the cliff so that you can see it from the overlook point of view. I'm not sure. You could try Lockjaw's Saga. That's the water song in Donkey Kong Country 2. Well, I'm always up for trying a good water song. Maybe I should play that water playlist I was talking about. I think in my head when I made the water playlist, I was like, oh, that would be great for a stream where I'm doing water forming. But then I don't really do water forming a lot, so it hasn't come up a whole bunch. But yeah, there's some good Mario water songs too. I've got like too many tabs open. It's really confusing. Oh, I love New Leaf soundtrack though, but I'll take a listen to this Donkey Kong song. Oh, Pasta, you posted the beginning of your build in Discord. I feel like I look really ADD right now. I keep going from thing to thing. Let me go and check it out. Oh wow, I'm so excited. This is Pasta's mountain build. I made these codes, I think sometime last year. Was it last year? Oh, that's really cool, Pasta. If I can give you a few tips, I recommend using a silver colored simple panel for the gray ones, and then only using the white ones for the ones that are a lot of snow. And what you can do is you can layer a silver simple panel over like half, or like basically you can try to hide the edge of this with like a gray silver simple panel. Yeah, this looks really nice. I love it. Covering up the bottom with cypress. Doing an amazing job. Yeah, isn't it lovely? And that makes a really good top of the mountain too. Yeah, that cool mountain item. This is kind of like a little energetic for your usual water song. I thought they usually went the like ethereal approach for water songs. Alright, so doing this back wall. Hopefully this won't look too weird. I'm hopeful. Does it look weird? Oh yeah, it does. Damn it. Well, I was about to say maybe I can make it work, but I don't think I can. I think this is gonna look weird. I didn't have it pushed all the way over though, so maybe I'll give it one more shot. Maybe if I do simple panels lining the side, it will actually look like a building. No, I think it looks too weird from this angle. It looks too weird, darn it. I liked the idea of having a fake building in this general vicinity though. Maybe just having it near the overlook area is not a good idea though, because then it's like you see it and it doesn't look right. But maybe I could have it somewhere in this spot. What do you all think? It's a start pasta? Yeah, tell me about it. More than a start. It looks like it'll be a stunning build. Thank you for using my codes. Alright, I'm full of like insecurity now. Maybe I'll do some bulk terraforming in case, maybe it'll look better a little farther away from the overlook spot. Just got sky for your island in the sky. That's so exciting. Colleen's doing this sky themed island with like lots of clouds covering like all the ground, like kind of clouds instead of the path being like made out of dirt or flowers or something. It's like made out of clouds. Sky is perfect. Even the top of Sky's head is like a little cloud on her head. She's so cute. I've never had her before. When I began the Sound of Music Island, your codes were the first thing I grabbed. Sound of Music. I feel bad. I think I might have watched that when I was little and I don't remember much about it. Is there like a mountain scene in that movie? Oh my god, yeah, I thought it was this woman. This woman's used in a lot of GIFs. It's like spinning around. Man, I haven't seen that GIF used in a long time. It used to be kind of like a DGAF GIF. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna spin around on my flowers. But yeah, is that what your mountain is gonna be used for? Oh, thank you, Colleen. So are your codes. I was kind of blindsided by your Sky Island, Colleen. I thought you were like burned out. I thought you were playing other games. I was like, uh-oh. Colleen's back. Oh, sounds like we have some Sound of Music fans here in chat. I'm kind of embarrassed. I don't really remember that movie too much. Virtual Angel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Man, it doesn't really feel like a Sunday for me. I guess I have work tomorrow. That sucks. I bet a lot of us do. Monday is a work day. You were burned out, but then you got the idea. Plus, I feel less burned out using the modern city items I never used before. Yeah, I've been using some of the modern city items too for the first time, and it's fun using items that you're not used to being building blocks, but I feel like it's also been like harder for me because I'm not used to using them. But you're gonna totally kill it. I would say, what about your castle island though? Your castle island that you didn't finish, but I know you do the same joke that I do about like not being able to fully finish islands. It's our toxic trait. We can't fully finish, Colleen. Good luck with this one though. Maybe this is the one. How many hours do we have on our belt? Not a single finished island to show for it. That was my mission in 2022. We've already got like 2 months gone. That was my mission, to finish an island. Oh man. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have brought that up, Pasta. We have to relish our last few free hours here. Subject change. How's this song? I have to admit, this song is not my thing. I probably liked the mining one better. Yeah, that's a little bit of what I'm talking about. Like, some of the Donkey Kong songs are like life-changing good, like the best video game song I've ever heard. And some of them aren't my style, but maybe it's because it's meant to go with Donkey Kong as a video game and not just be something to listen to with your headphones as like the most beautiful video game music ever. Like, I bet that song kind of suits Donkey Kong swinging around those banana trees, you know? Like, it suits the game. Hope this island's the one. I think we're laughing about the same thing, Iris. It's like talking about a relationship. I think she's the one. Pasta, you're lying. You have finished an island, Pasta. Haven't I toured some finished islands of yours before? You're full of it, Pasta. Am I allowed to say that? You're full of pasta, Pasta. I think about the new islands I want to start, but then I'm like, I would have to finish my island to restart. Shy, that's why you gotta be like me and have like a collection that you can bounce around to very toxically. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's how I'm able to do what I do and sort of have multiple islands I don't finish is I just sort of move between my different switches. It's a miracle you finished a town, Iris. I remember it. We bow down to sea salt, Iris's island. I'm sorry if anyone doesn't know some of the references we're doing, but we do, as a community, like we learn each other's islands that we've finished and stuff, and I remember Iris's and Shy's and Pasta's and Colleen's. I know all y'all's islands. I think it's kind of sweet, actually. You must be picky like me, Pasta, just picky about being considered finished, because I have had some people say, wait, Bywater's not finished? Because Bywater does look pretty developed. Hi, Invisible Man! Wow, 9 months. That's really cool. Invisible Man, thank you so much for the 9-month resub. That's a really cool number. Congrats on your fully grown tree. Sub baby status. Thank you so much. Love having you here in the Force fam, and thanks for all your support and all your company and streams over this full half of a year. Oh, thanks for the hype, y'all. Y'all are so sweet. Yeah, it's always exciting getting a new badge, isn't it? Yeah, you're a tree. Like tree Amy. Mine's actually a cut down tree. Same with Cornemerbot. I don't know what to do after the cut down tree. Let me know if you have any suggestions. That is the end of the giving tree's lifespan, you know, that's how it all ends. The tree stump is just left by itself. I don't know where to go from here. Pile of leaves? I guess I should just like switch themes, but I don't know if I want to. Yes, you have bloomed. Marzipan is almost done. I just need to smash together a residential area and I'll be done with that pink mess. Good luck. Dude, I like literally expanded the wrong area. Man, I'm so mad at myself. I meant to do it over here. Guess I'll just have to do it over here too. Congratulations. I always struggle with residential areas unless the houses are spread out. If the houses are spread out, I actually like designing them, but if they're all close together, I just don't know how to do it really. It's part of what I have trouble with in my Elegant Core Island Citaloon is I don't really know what to do with the houses. But in Bywater, I loved doing the villager houses because they were all like spread out and I could imagine them as like little hobbit holes. Bywater was just a special island for me. It's my favorite one. I accept that my islands are perpetually unfinished. Yeah, I think it's perfectly valid to accept like your play style. Something else I know about some people is they like to reset. And that can be valid if you accept that you like to reset. After all, we can only have one island per Switch. So if you get joy out of fresh starts every now and then, I think that's totally valid. And Angel, thank you for the follow. I think what I struggle a little bit is that I really need to like finish some patterns in order to finish some of my islands, and that can really be both time consuming and energy consuming. And I have to do them on days usually when I'm not streaming and not working, and that's few and far between. And another curse that I have, I'll share a little vent. I tend to get migraines on at least one of my days off every week. It really sucks, but it is a thing. I've Googled it before. The day off migraine, it's because your body's used to waking up at a certain time and then you sleep in and then you get a migraine. So unless I get that under control and like literally wake up at 5 a.m. on my days off or something similar, sometimes I don't feel good on my days off. Kind of sucks. Shaking my fist at my mom for giving me these migraine genes. Is there a plan for the houses on Fawnhollow? I'm gonna wing it, Shy. I'm gonna wing it. I don't know. I don't really have a plan. I admire the spread outness of homes. For some reason, I have to have most of them at least somewhat close together. Interesting. I'll have to spy on your island again, Iris. Take another visit. Get some tips about close together houses. I'm a serial island resetter, and at the same time contemplating a third Switch. Should do it. Kudos to you design creators, because without you guys I would have nothing. Aw. I appreciate it. I feel like my codes are so niche though. Like there's some creators where they have like a million paths. Mine are so weird. Like I got your back if you want to make a mountain out of panels, or if you want like a 46 slot from the Shire path. But I'm not very prolific. But maybe I'll be, 5 years from now playing this game until the next one comes out. I wish this wasn't so repetitive. I guess the one thing kind of keeping me sane about this is that I have a feeling it's gonna be covered up by the building, because this is where I want to put my building. So let's find a good spot for it. Probably want to have it far enough away from the lookout point to where like I don't see it from the lookout point. So I gotta figure out where that money spot is. Are you still at a library? Oh, you think I'm at a library? I think that's so cute, Darkness. That is so cute. You remembered that I work with books. No, I work at a warehouse, so I do retail books if you want to buy books. Yeah, I still unfortunately do books. I've been trying to get out of there. It's really kind of heavy, hurts my back sometimes, but alas, I'm still doing books. I'm very good at it though. I think a symmetrical garden residential area for Citaloon would be cool. Oh, yeah, I was trying to think of something like that, like. And then what I started to think about with Citaloon is that I need to work on my mosaic pathwork. So I sort of just held off on doing the residential area until I finished my pathwork for Citaloon. I'm really trying hard with this building. Do y'all think this is a good spot for the building, or should I move it like a little closer? I could probably get away with it being a little closer, but I don't know. It's hard to tell until the rest of the area is done. What if a villager lived here? Shy. Why are you so smart? I didn't think of that. You're right. I guess instead of a fake building, I could do a real building. Who would live up here? Let's look at our map. God, I love the GameCube music. It's my favorite soundtrack. Okay, so Melba, Julian, Drago, Willow, Nox, Shino, Clay, Phoebe, Sterling, Fauna. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. It just matters if the house looks good. I guess I'll see how this fake building looks, Shy, because the problem with a villager house, I can't make it look dilapidated. With this fake building with the pergola on top, I'm kind of trying to make it look like the roof has like started growing foliage on top. So I guess I can't really do that with a villager house, but one still might look good here. Because after all, these buildings are sometimes better like for illusions. I thought it was a library. I knew you lifted books and things. I saw you flex your muscles a long time ago. Wow, you've been here a long time, Darkness. I haven't done that in a hot minute. My muscles have too much fat on them now. I did put on some weight during the pandemic, so I think I'm still semi-buff-ish, but it's just not as visible anymore. It's probably TMI. Let's try to get some bookshelves out. I'll hire you, come move and work for you. Don't you work with kids, Pasta? I'm not good with kids. I don't think you want to hire me. I'm so awkward with kids. Let's find the wooden bookshelf. I thought you wanted to see the building and the lookout. It's just because they're made out of simple panels that I didn't want to see it from the lookout. If it was a villager house, it wouldn't look awkward like that, so it could be seen from the lookout. I'm trying to find bookshelves. Here they are. Does it come in black? Thrill, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I thought they were gonna move you away from books. Dude, this is a sore topic, but I guess it's kind of a funny story. My boss came to me one day and she was like, so, you know, we hired this new girl and she's really good, and we were gonna have her do like kind of a floater position, but I wanted to ask you first, do you want to leave books? And I was like, hell yeah, I want to leave books, get me out of here. And so then I went to all the trouble to train this person, teach them everything I know. And then, like, it's been a big question mark ever since the holidays. Like, I guess this person was a seasonal, and yet they weren't acting like they were going to be a seasonal to me. They were acting like they were going to hire this person to replace me in books. But then they didn't. So I don't know. I got kind of, like, lied to. It was not a nice thing. Yeah, they did act like I would leave books. Let me try a archway. Maybe that'll look better than the bookshelf. Ooh. It's a little tall, but it does have the right vibes. I guess my point of view, though, as far as my job's concerned, I mean, if it's good job security. I guess I'll keep slaving away in books for a while, but I really hope I can get somewhere else eventually for the sake of my back. Love the way the building comes into view. Oh, you like the building? Or are you talking about the overlook? Yeah, the overlook looks really nice. I'm not sure if this fake building is gonna work or not. I think you can see like the inspiration though. Like you can see where it's coming from. And maybe with just the right amount of trees to obscure some of the parts that look out awkward. I think you can squint your eyes and see it. I don't know. Maybe. Who's a city-trained dweller? I was thinking the same thing. You know who I think of? I think of Jacques with that like little hat on his head. He's totally a city slicker. I don't have Jacques though. Maybe the little hamster? I have a hamster? Do I? Or are you just suggesting that I get a hamster? My cat Pumpkin is meowing. Pumpkin, come here. Pumpkin. See if I can try to lure Pumpkin to us. She is meowing out there in the hallway. Don't you get changing villager houses unlocked from Happy Home Paradise? Yeah, so I don't have to worry about that, but I haven't finished that unlocking yet. Where I'm at in Happy Home Paradise, by the way, I'm at the part where I get a roommate for one of my villagers, and so it's actually Bree the mouse. Sorry, I can't talk right now. Bree the mouse wants a roommate, and I was thinking of maybe picking another mouse for her via amiibo card. I'm thinking Penelope possibly, but maybe I should just like look at like a group of the mice to see if I can find a good ship or a good roomie for Bree. Do you all have any suggestions? Crook's March 2. Sure. Yeah, we can try that. I guess I am curious about DK songs, and genuinely, since I like those three so much, so I'm open to it. I'm trying to find the ruined arch, by the way. Here we go, finally. Find a job you enjoy. Mental health gets too overlooked when people focus on bigger and better. Take care of yourself, take vacations. The beach calls. For me, it's like the English countryside calls. That's where I want to go. You had a warm weather spike today? Me too. Yeah, it was very spring-like today. I went out and took a run. And thanks for the advice. Yeah, some days I do really dread it, but I also know kind of intellectually that it's not the worst thing in the world, so I try to keep that in mind too. Costco pays a lot better than a lot of retail places, so that's part of the reason why I feel stuck there. But I mean, yeah, it's not all bad. I like my coworkers and try to make the best of it, but I do dread it some days. Okay, so let's try. Oh man, that looks too much like a Greek temple. Should I try the like smaller arch or the smaller pillar? Oh, you vote Rod to be roomies with Bree? Oh, he is a cutie. I had him in my new Leaf Town. He's like a little pirate mouse. Bree and Bella? Oh, yeah, I can see that actually. They have that alliteration going on with the B's. Brie and Cheddar. Chatter? I don't know. I don't know if I like the cheesy mouse. How do you all feel about Chatter? I don't know if I'm a big fan of him. Oh, and hi, Fox. You nabbed that rotten acorn, Fox. Look at you. Cornimer's telling you to get enough sleep. Wow, speaking of sleep, I got like a crazy amount of sleep the past few days. I got home and I went to sleep for probably like a full night's of sleep. And then I stayed up for a few hours. I didn't even really do all that much for a few hours, to be honest, but I was up for a few more hours. And then I went to sleep again. And then I slept another full night's sleep. I got so much sleep this weekend. I guess I hope I can fall asleep tonight with how much sleep I got last night, but it was refreshing. Probably like 16 plus hours. I don't know. It was a lot. Pasta's trying to recruit me. Yeah, I am open to better options. They have some good benefits, I hear. I guess so. I wish benefits were better in general in this country. I had to go to the hospital earlier this year, and it was a lot. It was more than I expected. It was more than what was stated on my insurance card. Not thrilled about that. I'm like, holy crap, what did I do to amount this huge fund? But I guess that's just how it is here in the US. I'm obsessed with Hopkins now. We found out he's actually a balloon. Really? Apparently there's a footballer named Hopkins. Oh, that's embarrassing. I forgot to add Animal Crossing to it. Aw, he's cute. I do like Hopkins. He looks like a Sanrio villager, except I don't think he is a Sanrio villager. Iris's opinion of Chatter. He exists. My dad had Chatter in his new Leaf Town. Why do I remember that? I'm such a frickin' weirdo. Why do I remember that? Bree and Petrie? I think I have Petrie's amiibo card. I could probably make that happen. What do y'all think? Do we ship Bree and Petrie? I like the way it rhymes. I stan a science lab worker like Petrie. I think all jobs are dreaded sometimes, just the nature of a job. I could make more money elsewhere, but I love my coworkers and I get some freedom to take days off when I need them. Money isn't everything, but finding that happy balance between pays enough and doesn't drive me crazy is real hard sometimes. Yeah, you speak true wisdom. I've felt the same way about like going back to school or something like that. Like I really don't want to. One thing that my job does for me, I think it kind of lets me stream in the afternoon to evenings. I think I would have a harder time streaming if I worked a different shift. Maybe not though. And I feel you on that. I'm not a very ambitious person in general. My other recommendation is to travel at some point. Yeah. I used to be a little bit anti-travel just in the sense that I love staycations and I love how relaxing staycations are. But I think I need to go on a trip again soon because it's been too long and I just need to get away from the staycations that I've been taking the past couple years. I need to go somewhere. I'd love to go to the English countryside, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I also love amusement parks. I love roller coasters and stuff like that. So maybe I could go to a roller coaster place. The first vacation I ever went on as an adult was to Carowinds. Carowinds has some nice roller coasters. But maybe I should go to someplace else, experience some different roller coasters. That is if I do the amusement park route. Let's see how this fake building looks. I just really don't know. Like, it actually looks pretty sick from this angle. Look at that. So I don't know if it works on top or not. I guess it's just hard to tell. Also, could a ruined archway or two like look good in the front of the building? That's an interesting question. Let's test it out. Oh, I don't have any more ruined archways. I'll have to go through my storage again. Damn it. Did you see my last message? I think I missed it. Oh, the first level that song plays in, Castle Crush, has a pretty infamous glitch. It can potentially corrupt the whole game and render it unplayable. Reminds me of some other glitches I've come into over the years. There was this glitch in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire that would definitely like break your game and you'd have to start over if you ran into it. What it was with the HM cut. If you used HM cut to cut down a tree and then you stood where the tree used to be, the game would reload on the next time that you loaded up your game and you would be like on top of the tree and then you couldn't move. You were just like chilling on top of the tree. That glitch like really horrified me when I was little. I was like, I hope I don't do that on accident. It's like the most random thing ever. You probably wouldn't do it on accident, but I don't know. I actually could see it actually. Like if you just happen to be standing there, you know, like, okay, let me cut down this tree and I've had enough for today. Like it could happen. Brie tree. You ship Brie and Petrie. Oh, and see you later, Katie. Thanks for being here. Thanks for leaving up a lurk. Brie and Broccolo. Are y'all just going for alliteration? Is that it? Is that all you need for a good ship? Just all the bee mice. I'm surprised there's this many bee mice, to be honest. I was thinking a cheese, so I mean maybe cheddar is better than I thought, because brie is a cheese, French brie, and cheddar is also a cheese. So maybe that's a point in Chatter's corner. I just thought Penelope was cuter though. So on a shipping based on looks type of point of view, I thought Brie and Penelope, I can see it. Okay, this looks like crap. How about if it's just like the doorway? Like this is a school or something and the archway got torn down? Maybe? I'm so confused, like I don't know how I feel about this. Do y'all have opinions on it? Like it obviously looks like it has potential from like an angle. And this will be an overlook one day. One day this will be an overlook. So you could see how maybe it could look good from the overlook possibly. But I think from the angle where I'm approaching this other overlook, I don't know if I like it, but maybe I can make it work. It's just like this big honkin' building that's made out of questionable materials, illusionistic questionable materials, and you kind of see it like as you're walking by. Part of me is wondering though, like should I try to make it work? Because right now there's not anything else here. And that's part of why it looks bad, probably. If I put some more stuff around it, it might look better, right? What the heck is this? Oh, it's KK Cruisin'! Dusty came back for KK Cruisin'. What do you think, Dusty? Just like I don't care about KK Cruisin'. Go under my blanket. It reminds me of a bank. Dale, I don't have headcanons for my buildings. They're just buildings. I think it's a school. I think that's my headcanon. It's a university. Roller coasters. You should go to Cedar Point. They have 17 coasters there. Ooh. Where is Cedar Point? Let me Google it. Oh, it's in Ohio. I've never been to Ohio. Those roller coasters look good though. They look pretty sweet. All right, I jotted it down. Ohio sure would be cheaper than the English countryside. Have to admit. I found this Airbnb within a few days' drive for me that's designed like a hobbit hole. I think I want to book in that future. Yeah, you should, Shy. I've heard of those. I think that's like a strategy with hotels. Let's make this look like a hobbit hole. We'll attract all the Lord of the Rings nerds. I don't know. I think it's a thing. I've heard about this in a few other states. You like the building, Hammy? Well, I know that you have typically supported my fake buildings, Hammy. Do you remember this? How was that song? I have to admit, it didn't vibe for me either. But I liked the first ones you suggested. The first ones you suggested, like the mining and the water. I liked those. So yeah, Donkey Kong music seems to be like hit or miss for me. Okay, so that tree could maybe be like a little something something. I wonder if I should get rid of this pillar now. Does that pillar look dumb? Oh, this is happy home designer music. So nostalgic. Oh, see you later, GPV. You love Petrie M-Core? Yeah, maybe Petrie and Debris is gonna be the ship. Just because I think Petrie is who I would date if I was a mouse. We could talk about science together. She could show me all her science experiments. I think if you layer some foliage around it, it won't feel as weird. Yeah, I was wondering that too, Shy. Thank you for validating me. You're having the same problem with your museum build, Posdio? Oh, you're so talented though, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Hey, Posdio! Are you still doing the same island that I saw, I think, late last year, or like around the time of the 2.0 update? School, bank, same thing. Yeah, they're both like official buildings. I think I've sometimes found it cliche the way for like whatever official building you could ever think of. We always go for like some sort of Greek temple vibe. I don't know. I think it's a little overdone. We should get more creative. I really wish modern architecture was cooler. There were these really artful buildings in the past, and I guess it's just been replaced by cost efficiency and minimalism. You want to see some fancy buildings? Look at these Art Nouveau buildings. Art Nouveau architecture. Like, this is so cool. I think artistic buildings would make quality of life better if we like went to the trouble to do all this. I guess it costs too much money though. Who am I kidding? I'm just being an idealist. Like, if this was free, we should go back to buildings like this. Look at that balcony. Art Nouveau is one of my favorite movements. I love it. Cedar Point is fun. Oh, you've been there, Rivendell? What's your favorite coaster there? I like the ones that go down lots of hills. Like, loop-de-loops, like they don't scare me, but they also don't do a whole lot for me. I think the appeal of a roller coaster is like the dive, you know? Because you kind of like float in your seat a second. Love the way the glowing moss sparkles when you walk over it. Yeah, the weeds. You can even do that with the glowing moss pond. The glowing moss pond, like you can press A and it like has sparkly stuff come out. So maybe I can have the pathway like curve this way towards like some sort of incline. And then like as you walk along the path, maybe you see like a lone building and some other like worn away things, worn out by nature. And then one fake building leads to some more fake buildings. I don't know. I'm not sold on the fake building. We'll have to see how it ages. I'm open to tearing it down if I don't feel like it's working. Trying to give it a chance. Have you seen Petrie without her glasses? Yeah, she's again the girl mouse I would date. Petrie's a little hottie. I like her eyeshadow. Yeah. I'm glad you agree. Those buildings remind me of Whoville. No, not Whoville. No, I'm just kidding. I watched the live action version of The Grinch over the holidays, and it really like blew my mind with how derpy it is. Like, oh my god, this is a real movie? Like, this exists? I was totally shocked by it. Oh, I'm glad you're doing good, Postio. The Village Island posted a video on Discord. Yeah, I remember. Speaking of coasters, try listening to Disco Train. Disco Train? I'll do it after this calming 11 p.m. track. I don't like being able to see the blue roof on the museum when you walk past. It feels like the illusion is ruined, but I'll figure something out. Yeah, I think we always notice these like angle issues in our own islands, and then we tend to be forgiving of it. Like when we visit another island and maybe we, at certain angles, can see the pots and see things that break the illusion, but we can be very critical of it in our own islands. Some things that I used to do to try to prevent that is like I'd put something in the very back of the island so you couldn't walk behind it, but sometimes that isn't always possible. I wonder if I should have like some sort of olden pathway. Ooh, that might be interesting. I should have done my black path underneath the black building. Darn, I'm so dumb. That would have helped to like play into the fact that it's a black building with a black path underneath. Well, I'll try to fix that later. I always say that. I'll fix that later. Sometimes I never do. The live action Grinch is so unhinged, it makes me giggle every time. Same. I've only seen it once, but it really took me aback. I've only seen the cartoon version growing up. And then I saw the one with Jim Carrey, and I was just like, this is some surrealist. Oh, this is the kitty song. Checking up on Dusty. Should I get a better angle for Dusty? Oh, she sees me getting up. Do you think I'm giving you treats, baby? No, I'm just fixing your camera. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. My pajamas were like on the cord, so I had to like get my pajamas off the cord. Oh, she looks cute, doesn't she? Oh, she's a baby. Donkey Kong 2 is tied for Mario Galaxy for my favorite game soundtrack of all time. Oh, I've listened to some Mario Galaxy tunes. You're right, it does have a very dreamy soundtrack. Really well done. I wonder what my favorite video game soundtrack of all time is. What's interesting about Animal Crossing soundtracks is I really like them in the context of Animal Crossing, but I don't necessarily listen to them like in my free time, like as a listen. I don't know. I don't know why. I almost feel bad saying it. I like them within Animal Crossing and like on stream and stuff. Lexi, hi! Welcome in. And this is Dusty. This is my kitty. I think she's settling down for some sleeps. How are you today, Lexi? How's your Sunday? We're doing some cozy decorating tonight. How did you come up with the name Dusty? Oh. You know how I mentioned I was an Animal Crossing blogger? There was this one blogger that I looked up to a lot, and her Animal Crossing character name was Dusty. Dusty from Bentley. I can shout out this creator if y'all want. I guess it's kind of random, but yeah, this was someone that inspired me growing up. Dusty from Bentley. It started off as like a Wild World blog. So if I go to okay, so if I go here, this is look at all the Wild World goodness. But yeah, that's where I got the name Dusty. Oh my god, this is me actually visiting their town. Look, a forest life. These are pictures I took of myself visiting this person's town. That's so crazy. But yeah, I heard that Dusty designed this outfit, so I bought it immediately. It's like named after an Animal Crossing blogger's character in Animal Crossing. I like that it's Animal Crossing related, but not really. It's actually like fandom related. Yeah, there we go. Fun backstory. Dusty got her name from an Animal Crossing villager. Oh, look at her. My favorite video game soundtracks are Nier Automatica and Celeste. I've heard of Celeste. That was a big game here on Twitch for a little while. Celeste is my gotta go focus background music. Oh, really? I feel like sometimes music distracts me too much when I like it too much. So you're right about having background music that helps you focus. It can definitely be a thing. You doing good? Just got off work? That's good. I've had a nice weekend. I go to work tomorrow, so I'm enjoying the last of my free hours here and enjoying working on some cozy Animal Crossing decorating. Thanks for asking. I love that things are getting warmer here as well. I went for a nice run today. Okay, let me think. What do I have? Oh yeah, let's get a giant vine. I love those, the giant vines. They're so OP. This song's kind of groovy. Kind of silly. You've heard of Petite D? Petite D brings me back to my Wild Worlds obsession in middle school. Oh my god. So you were like on the Tumblr Scene 2 pilot? That's really cool. Yeah, it's really interesting because I was inspired by other creators to start my like Wild World blog, but then like over the years people have told me like I used to read your Wild World blog and you like inspired me with Wild World. So it's just really interesting the circle of inspiration that can go on with things like this. Really flattering and really special. Yeah, I think I can dig the giant vine back there. That took you back, Beatles fan. Yeah, Wild World's a good cozy game. Alright, what would be outside of a school? Or a bank? Probably neat bushes, right? Maybe this is the school gardens gotten out of control. Should I do like a little track over here? Like a little... I don't know. I could really start to world build if I wanted to. Put like a little racetrack over there. I've been listening to Studio Ghibli soundtracks as my background focus music. Yeah, I've played that on stream before. I do really like Studio Ghibli music. Sometimes those are like very sentimental for me. Spirited Away, I love the Spirited Away soundtrack. I wonder if that's like a decent spot for a tree. Does it help hide the like hideous, awkward simple panel right there? Or does it make it look too much not like a building? Yeah, it might not look like a building anymore. Bikes! Wow! You're so good! A mailbox. Schools have mailboxes? Or would that be for a bank? Dude, you said a mailbox too, Shy. I never really thought of a school having a mailbox like that, but hey, I gotta put my mailbox somewhere. That's actually a good idea. Where should I put it? Should I put it right here? Should probably change the color, right? I might try to put another column right here. Like, I need something to try to hide how awkward this line is. This line is not good. I knew about your Wild World blog and found your streams through your blog. Really? That's so cool, Pylite. That's so cool. Yeah, if I'm being honest, I think I got a small head start with streaming through, I think some people knew my New Leaf Town, and some of the very first people that started watching my stream knew me from like Sidaloon from New Leaf. And it helped me like grow like a little tiny community at first that knew me from some of my other content I made before streaming. And then eventually, I mean, I think I've built a community that a lot of people probably found me through Twitch instead. I'm trying to find a pillar. Not the wooden mailbox. Yeah, isn't there a mailbox? Yeah, I think there's a mailbox that looks fitting. That's like sort of the round thing. Okay, let's try these. I don't want the Greek column ones. The Greek column ones. Or wait. I guess a school, I was just making fun of the fact that the schools are always overly decorative at times to look like Greek buildings. So maybe I could try the Greek column after all, but that one's doing all right. Should I try the Greek column? I guess I should. Darn it. I didn't want to, but I guess I should try the Greek one. Benches or drinking fountains? That's a good idea. Thank you so much. This is reminding me, I started to make a post-apocalyptic mood board, and I really liked the idea of trying to pull from different types of areas. Like, what about suburbia, you know? Right now I'm focusing a lot on this urban city, but what about like a suburbia? Like, what would that look like, having vines pop up through driveways and yards? I don't know, it's interesting. I don't know if that'll find its way into my island or not. Okay, I'm trying to find the I think it's called decorative. Let me go to the D's. Oh no, it's called ruined decorative. Change the mailbox to the black boxy one. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out if I do like commit to this being a school. It depends on how I do it and if I'm able to pull it off, but it might end up being cool. I mean, what better way to give a fake building less of a fake building feel than to actually have somewhat of a backstory for it about like what building it used to be. Makes it more lifelike. I don't know if I can pull it off, but maybe it's worth a try. Yeah, I actually think I like those better, because they just sort of match with everything else more. Oh look, I can go inside the school! I can go inside. This is so cool. I'm vibing. I found Amy because she's an icon. Oh, GPV. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. I'm so nervous now that I've made it into a school. Well, one last question. Do you all vote bank or school? This is New York. Maybe this is Wall Street. Can we do a poll? Can you all humor me? All right, the poll has begun. I think I had a momentary insecurity. I was like, well, will it look silly if I add bikes to the spot? But I guess I don't know until I try. I guess a school would have a parking lot. I'd have to do a parking lot. This might be falling apart on me. Okay, I'm gonna just start to try things. Sorry, I can't talk. I'm gonna look over and see what I can adorn over here. I think I definitely need something kind of tallish to break this up. Maybe another tree. Oh, it won't let me plant a tree there though because of this one. Darn. You're voting for bank, Cammy? I feel like the school has got more potential, I guess, sort of, trying to think of the right word, Easter egg items, like things that would be like, oh yeah, this is a school. And a bank would be less that. So I definitely think that that big tree like took up too much space. That big tree was too hefty. Should I try a teenager tree? Or like a cedar? Oh, I like this song. This random Pokemon song has no business being this good. You vote school, MCore? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I could probably turn it into or try to turn it into a cute little school playground or something. Post-apocalyptic playground, that is oddly... I don't know, I feel like that could be an interesting contrast. So I'm gonna come over here and grab some trees, because I think I need to add some more foliage to that area. Would you all say that the newer Pokemon games, like Arceus and... I guess we don't know about the new one yet, the new one that's coming out, but do you think that the soundtracks stack up well with the older ones? Because I've always felt like Pokemon music is pretty good. It's pretty consistent soundtrack-wise. It's 50-50. No! No! You're all banned. You didn't help me. What? Hammy contributed some points to bank, though. Alright, I need to calm down. It's not your fault. Just how it worked out. I've seen Abandoned Kidcore as a theme before, and it's so cool. Yeah, not gonna lie, that might be interesting. Plus, like, throw a few abandoned cars here and there to be like they were parked at the school. I don't know. I could always, like, try it, and then if I don't like it, do something else. Arceus' soundtrack isn't bad, but it needs more music overall. The first town theme gets so repetitive so fast. So it just needs more of it, but I guess what is there isn't too bad. Did I spend acorns on the bank? Don't at me. Well, Hammy, we have ideas for the school. I'm curious, since you were passionate about that. I mean, do you have ideas for the bank? Like, what would help tie the bank theme together? Nothing much. I guess if it's the bank, I have free reign to just continue more of this overgrownness. Because I'm not sure what would be in front of a bank. Darn, I ran out of apples. I guess I still have some stuff in my belly, though. Let's try a teenager tree. And thanks so much for hanging out with me while I work on this like kind of silly area. It means a lot because this isn't really a fully fledged area. This is sort of a transition area. Like this this build, we're just kind of like rolling with stuff until we get to the next build. It's a transition. Oh, you saw Melba? I bet that's sweet for you, because you have Melba also, Mina. Maybe across the pathway to a broken up parking lot with a car. Interesting. I don't have parking lot lines, but maybe I could still do something like that. Like with this pathing. And hey, we got a red tree going. Maybe I should keep the reddish tree. I love me a good like reddish orange tree. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I love this song. You could mix them. It could be like a college that happens to have an ATM. What the heck? Oh, should I put one of those like ABDs outside? Do banks even have ATMs? I don't know. I think you just have to like go to the bank, right? They don't have ATMs, right? I don't know. I haven't been to my bank in a while. I don't really go there much. I just use my credit card. All right, let's get some more foliage. Jess! Oh, I missed you too, Jess. Jess, thank you so much. 18 months, that is so long. I really appreciate you. Thank you for being part of the Forest fam for such a crazy long time, over a year. Look at that apple tree badge you have now, Jess. And thank you so much. How have you been? What have you been playing lately? We're working on a sort of dilapidated city. I don't know if you've seen this island before, Jess, but here's the vibe of an area that I really like how it turned out. This is like the marketplace. And yeah, I guess this is like the bus stop over near the entrance. And we're trying to work on this city build in the back just to catch you up. A dropped bell coin for the bank, like dropped money. I was wondering that too. I don't really like bell bags as like a decoration though. It just reads to me as Amy dropped some bells because she was lazy, which I do a lot. I do a good bit. So these are both trees that need to be frozen. So how about we plant an apple tree right here, or a sapling right here. Darn it, I don't have an apple. I feel bad. I have to keep going back and forth because I keep forgetting things. I'm so sorry. And thanks for the hype for Jess. Oh, banks totally have ATMs. Oops. I'm so dumb. I figured you would have to go to the teller or something for that. You got apples, Jess? Oh, do you mean like Apples the Villager or Apples the Fruit? Been hooked on Pokemon Legends Arceus? Yeah, I've heard good things about that game. I thought about getting it for a little while, but I don't know if I'd play it enough. I've been tempted by Elden Ring too. Maybe I don't know. Elden Ring would really appeal to like my fantasy sensibilities, where I really love like fantasy and things. So that's the one I'm pretty tempted by. But I'm a longtime Pokemon fan too, and Arceus looks like such a change on the formula. I was really proud of them. Ugh. I hate that this sapling is here. It hurts my heart. It's like too ugly. I can't take it. I think I have to get rid of the sapling. I hate it. Get Elden Ring and stream it? You think it would be a fun watch? I just realized I would probably die all the time. I'm not really like good at games, and I've heard that that game can actually get pretty hard. I just want to walk around and see the scenery. No one would like try to beat me up for that, right? Oh, this is the Able Sisters remix. So what should go in between these columns? Ah, this looks so cool. I think the fake building is growing on me a bit. I think I like it. Helps add character. And it is supposed to be a city after all. I mean, cities don't just like end super quickly like that. Anyone have any ideas for what to put in this spot right here? I tried a tree and I liked a tree, but the problem is I don't want to freeze it with a sapling because it looks too ugly. Alright, I'm gonna look at my handy dandy. We could try a rock. We could try like a termite mound or a triangular topiary, some tall grass. We do have some options. Oh, you were excited about the apples on your badge. I'm so sorry, Jess. Can you believe how dumb I am? Can you believe it? I just said that. I just said, look at your apple tree. Thank you, Jess. I've been okay today. I've gotten a lot of extra sleep this weekend and went on a run earlier today. I love that it's getting warmer, and I was looking forward to stream again too because I didn't get too much the past week, so it's been nice to catch up with everybody. And I'm glad you're doing all right. Elden Ring is brutal. There are constant enemies. Oh no. Pazdio. What am I gonna do, Pazdio? Can I play this thing? Is it above me? Might be above me. You can use the summon system and we could help you. Are you ready to see me like suck at something like that? Are y'all ready? That would be terrible. I would be shook watching Amy stream Elden Ring. Say don't hold your breath on it. I don't even own it. Ooh, I like the topiary. Topiary is awesome looking right there. Boom. We nailed it. Okay, what do we do right here? Cypress plant? How dare I not be carrying a cypress plant right now? Elden Ring might be too hardcore for your level. Breath of the Wild would probably be the cozier option if you ever went that route. I see how it is, Hammy. Isn't there an easy mode? Come on. Why isn't there an easy mode for me? I'm sad now. It's so hard to kick out a villager. Is that what you're doing right now, Lexi? My heart is with you. I totally agree with you. It's way too annoying to do that. So sorry, gotta deal with that. Who are you trying to kick out? We'll try to send positive vibes your way. Maybe a vine share? Yeah, my mind's full of possibilities, to be honest. Even though I don't know what to put right there. Like, I have a lot of options. I guess since that vine is nearby, it might look kind of cool to have a vine share. We could try that. Oh, it's the 5 a.m. music. Maybe the square tree thing. The evergreen ash, Pazdio. I keep forgetting that exists at all. There's some sort of blank in my mind where the evergreen ash should be. I never remember that as an item. It's kind of a problem because it's a good item too. I never remember it exists. Okay, why does this have to have a pot? Can this pot, like, please go away? That is the most atrocious pot I've ever seen in my life. Let's try the cypress plant or the vine bench. That was a good suggestion. It's a little bit short. Maybe like an ancient rock stool? What is this thing? It doesn't look terrible, but it looks a little out of place, a little weird. Summer Sin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Maybe like an ancient rock stool. I think I already read that. I think I'm at the part of stream where I go a little crazy, but yeah, I like that idea too. I'm gonna go and get one. I'm out of my ruined stools in black. That's actually my favorite color, so I'll just use these green ones in the meantime. Ooh, this color's not too bad. The tan color. Now I'm gonna have trouble like dropping the right one because I picked two different colors out. Okay, it should be the second one I took out. Nice. And then we can put like a nut lamp on top, right? That would be perfect. I love it. I love the idea of a nut lamp like popping out over there. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Not me and the delicate roast. No, I appreciate your honesty, Hammy. I got a kick out of your roast, but at the same time, that's valuable information for me to try to figure out if I would actually enjoy Elden Ring or if it would just be like way too difficult and like not something I could, you know, handle. Does anyone remember what used to be where I'm standing? Or was nothing ever there? Oh, I think it was a weed. I think it was a weed. No relaxing in those games. Why would they do it like that? They need to make like a mode where you can just walk around and look at all the pretty world building. This is pretty cool. So I'm still undecided whether this is a bank or a school because of you all. But whatever it is, it looks nice so far. Maybe right here I can try the vine stool. Got some wild world music going on right now. Y'all like the nut lamp? I think it looks cute popping out of there, blending in with all the other magical foliage. No, why doesn't that vine stool look good anywhere? Why is this so blah? I admit, I don't really know what's gonna go in this spot, but say if I decide to make it a school after all, maybe this is where the mailbox would go, is in front of this hedge. But as it stands right now, I don't really know what's gonna go right there. Speaking of Zelda, we got some Kakariko Village going on right now. Okay, so we got this path here, and the path can wind down to an incline pretty soon. And then I have the option to figure out like what's going on over here. Should I do one more fake building, or am I overdoing my fake building quota? Because we have this one over here. Could try to do a parking lot over here, or if it's a school, I could try to do like a little track field or something, or playgrounds. You want to like really quickly, you want to try to do a parking lot? Because Maybe I could do that like really quickly with some paving and some cars on top. We can see how good it vibes and get an idea for that. I'll be solely calling it a nut lamp from here on out. That's one of our oldest stream traditions, Imcore. Thanks for joining the nut lamp cult. We call it that because Tree Bounty's lamp is a bit of a mouthful. It's one of my favorite items in Animal Crossing. You like the idea of a playground, Hammy? You voted for the bank, Hammy. You voted for the bank. Banks don't have playgrounds. I'm giving you a hard time right now, aren't I? I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess maybe I should just watch Elden Ring, but I'm gonna show you all the review that I saw that just made me feel like, well, dang, I gotta get Elden Ring because of just how amazing this review was about it. It was like this painting that I liked on Twitter. Like this really great famous artist like really loves Elden Ring. Okay, y'all want to see this review that got me so intrigued by it? So there's this cool artist. I can link them in chat. It's Philip Ehrlich. They do some really cool like landscape art. Look at how amazing this stuff is. Like, I can see why they would like Elden Ring. Look at that. Beautiful dragons. These are mind-blowing. So that's why I followed them, and then I was like, well dang, they're giving Elden Ring the most amazing review ever. I should get this game. What makes Elden Ring unique? For me, it's not just a game, it's a philosophy. It's not just a tick a list and run through story. You actually have to put time into discovering the story and actually think. It also lets you play how you want, and there's no levels or linear path. Could it be better? Of course, you always find something that can be improved. I can live with them because what is actually there outweighs the small issues. The game draws you right into its world, ready to discover on so many levels. The world is so huge, it's insane. Not only massive in scale, but has a lot of variety and meaning and tons of verticality. It has style, and it's not about fancy graphics. And it's crazy huge. So I was like, well damn, you're selling it to me. But I guess it might be too hard for me. Probably suck. I don't know if it would fit that specific area, but maybe the abandoned train station. Yeah, I totally thought about that Imcore. I think the reason why I decided not to do the abandoned train station on this level is because I figured something like a subway or train might start like on lower ground rather than a mountain. So I was actually going to a part of the same overlook, like when you go down the incline and then you go down another incline, I was gonna have there be a train station at the bottom of the incline. So there's actually going to be a train station nearby, but this is some other building. If we're talking about specific games, have you seen the demo for the new Kirby game? No, I saw a picture though. I actually remember seeing a picture of the new Kirby game that looked kind of post-apocalyptic, but I don't know if I was just kind of like a little drunk in my head from thinking about my own post-apocalyptic Pinterest board and my Animal Crossing town here, but that's what it kind of looks like to me. Am I crazy? There's a whole debate on whether Elden Ring and similar games should have an easy mode or not. Yeah, I think I saw that debate on Twitter earlier, and it brought some feels in me because I am part of that crew that could really use an easy mode. So you can count me in with that debate. So I think what's nice about this, if this ends up working out, I'm not sure if it will, but you know, it's kind of symmetrical with the black on either side. And then there's like all the foliage around, and now I just need to like put some cars over here. This is kind of a small parking lot, though. It's a little bit on the small side. I'm not sure if I would want to go to this building. I don't think the parking is quite enough for me. Maybe you ride your bike here. Oh, thank you, Shy. That means a lot. I love having you here. I missed you all. Posdio's like, everyone sucks at stuff at first. You just gotta practice. I don't know if you know the full scale of my suckage, though. Do y'all want to... I can reveal myself about my full level of suckage. I tried to play Splatoon once, and I couldn't control the camera and the shooting at the same time. I couldn't even really do that in a JRPG called Persona, where they made me change the camera, like, as I was running around. Like, I really do suck. I'm terrible. I have no coordination. I'm used to games like this. You don't have to do that. You don't have to control the camera. Camera's controlled for you. The demo for Kirby is a post-apocalyptic city? Why? Why did they do that for Kirby? I'm not used to that. I gotta look this. I gotta look at this. I gotta check this out. Oh, I love this song. Oh my god, I wasn't wrong. What the heck? I can get inspo from Kirby. I might have to check this game out. Kirby I can handle. Kirby is up my alley. I have the skill level for Kirby. What the heck? Look. This is my build. It's got the fencing and everything. What the hell? This is my build. The curb of us. I'm dead. Okay, what else they got? Some overgrown shopping malls. Man, I gotta get this game. Look at the rusted car. I'm living for this. This is sick. Do they have any more pictures? Oh, I want to see more. Is this it? This is really good. This is some good stuff. It's got a bridge and everything. Oh my god. This is incredible. Doing the vacuum suck. I was gonna try to imitate that sound, and then I was like, no, I shouldn't do that. Oh. It's like a garbage area or something. Are people like making fun of it by putting these logos on top? Like Jurassic World, this is the world post-Jurassic. Are people making fun of it? Oh man, I'm so intrigued. I'm gonna look at this for some inspo later. I think it's a good idea to look at gameplay before committing to buying it. Yeah, I agree. I was trying to watch some streamers play it, and I mostly saw like a lot of like kind of running around, and it didn't look hard from the bits that I was watching, but I've heard it's hard. You hate the moving camera too, Shy? Yeah, it's rough. We're valid. It's all about your own unique skills. You think Elden Ring players won't rage quit at their simple panels dropping in the wrong half space? Yeah, or make a 46 slot path for their Animal Crossing island. Yeah, I appreciate that, Hammy. Thanks for the self-esteem boost. Kirby looks pretty good. Kirby said welcome to Fawnhollow. Yeah, this is amazing. I was genuinely impressed by some of the design there. I played a lot of Kirby growing up, and it was always this whimsical, like, Fantasyland stuff. I didn't expect they would go that route. Weird. Got more of like the OP Donkey Kong, like the best, one of the best Donkey Kong songs. Hey! I played lots of Mario growing up too. I played the Mario Lost Levels. Jack, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I live for the moving camera. Mario has some of my favorite games. Wait, Mario has a moving camera? Must be the ones I did not play. I'm not like a 2D Mario person. Sorry, I keep losing my pattern. I like Mario World, Mario 3. I like all those like 2D ones. That's my jam. Maybe I should try this one. Would this look cool right here? That looks so weird. See on it? Oh, because Kirby sucks everything up? Oh my god. I just took that as a straight up insult. I was like, well, you're not wrong. My best friend you've spoken to in a while. Oh, really? That's good, GPV. I'm happy for you. Just texted you. It's the little things. Any tips to get a lot of furniture? If you have online, my tip is to seek out treasure islands if that's like within your moral code and something you're open to. Treasure islands, you can find them like on Twitter and Discord and social media. It's basically islands with lots of stuff on the ground that you can just take home with you. Or just play a lot, and your catalog will grow, and it'll be all the more rewarding for having done it sort of naturally. Check your Nook shopping every day and all that good stuff. I can't remember where this tree used to be. Is it over here? I guess so. Let's try to put some cars out and about. Where did my storage unit go? Oh, Maina said the same thing. Not using treasure islands is like Animal Crossing on hard mode. Yeah. I was just thinking to myself, I need bug models for this one area, and I've been too lazy to try to go get them. So I'm gonna have to take some time out of my day sometime to go and spawn myself some bug models. I'm not looking forward to it. I need some moth models. And right now I need a car. I guess I could try some bikes too. We could see if bikes vibe over here. I want to find a car though. Where are all my cars at? I literally, like, I have no idea where to look for cars. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's near. We're just looking for the car icon to pop up at some point because I have no idea what it's called. I assume it is not called car. Mini car? Oh, you knew? Oh, thank God. Okay, so let's go to the M's. Do I not have any? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Alright, I don't think I have any. That kind of stinks. I guess I'm using them all down here. Got a car chilling out down there. Should we steal it? Should we steal the car? Let's steal the car. No one cares. It's the apocalypse. It probably doesn't even have gas in it. Wasn't that a whole plot point of The Last of Us, is they had to like repair a car or something like that? I watched The Last of Us on YouTube. I didn't actually play it. Alright, let's get this car. Oh, and you're welcome. Good luck. Twitch communities like this one too, we often have trading sections where we can help each other out with items. It's not the first time Kirby has had something like that. Kirby 64 has a level on this ice planet that has an abandoned factory with only robots left in it. Interesting. Yeah, I only played like the sort of magical, like, isn't there a land that Kirby is from and it's like called something in particular? Like the equivalent of Mushroom Kingdom, but for Kirby. Was it like the Magic Mirrors or something like that? I don't know. Do we like the car? It might not look like much right now, but you could maybe put like a weed in front, some like vines around. It could look better. Let's try to put a vine. You like the sunset? Yeah. This is my favorite day for Fawnhollow. November 19th. Alright, there's something kind of cool about the vine like coming out in front of the car, I think. I'm not totally sure if I'm sold on the whole parking lot thing. This area is tricky because I both like it, but I'm also not sure if it's really what I want. It's kind of hard in that way. I don't know. There's also what would look best as far as an overlook standpoint. Because at the end of the day, this is going to be partly seen from far away, and like, I think I can see the building from far away from here. Yeah, so the building might look kind of cool. There's also the luxury car. Yeah, I'm not sure if it comes in this like worn out view though. I like the worn out view. The way these cars will give me Kirby vibes from now on. So surprising. Yeah, Kirby's Dreamland. Yeah, I thought that everything like took place in Dreamland for the most part. All right. I'm sorry if I'm getting like a little less productive and more slow. I feel like I've been doing that, like I'm slowly doing things. I'll try to speed it up. Maybe a glowing weed isn't the best thing, because whenever I place a glowing weed, I have to pick up the patterns around it. So let's do some of that tall grass instead. The tall grass is a great item for looking overgrown, like grasses growing through the pavement. You like it, Shy? I'm a little curious what you all think in general of just the idea of having the building and the parking lot. Like, do you think you like it like as a concept and not just how it looks? Because my thought process is the train station's gonna be on the bottom. Like when you go down a few inclines, the train station will be on the bottom. And I figured this probably shouldn't be total wilderness. It should be wilderness in the sense that nature has taken over. But maybe there should be remnants of some sort of urban vibe, like some sort of like old abandoned urban type development. But not gonna lie, wilderness comes more natural to me. This is out of my comfort zone. All right, let's get some tall grass. It should be under the W's with wheat. Oh, got the Wild World soundtrack again. Wild World has a really nice soundtrack. It's so like vintage sounding for me though. Where's the wheat? Oh my god, am I out of wheat fields? Alright, we might we might be screwed if I'm out of wheat fields. In Kirby, you do start on his home planet, but then you travel to other planets. That sounds like that would be up my alley. I love outer space. I guess I am using the wheat fields a lot, so I guess it makes some sense that I'm running out of them. Join the wheat struggle? Oh yeah, is that a thing? I was actually watching this other streamer once. Her name is Scary Kate, and she was like, yep, I gotta order my daily 5 wheat fields. Is that a thing? Do I have to board the wheat field order 5 a day train? Bummer. Yeah, I think that's what I was gonna do next, was put wheat fields everywhere, and I don't know if I have any. What are you thinking about, Julian? Never enough wheat fields? Yeah, those would be great on Treasure Islands, wouldn't they? I'm not sure if even Treasure Islands would have enough wheat fields. Hi, Red Stephanie! Welcome in. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good. I've had a nice day and hope everyone has a nice week coming up. Winding down the day with some comfy Animal Crossing. Julian, no matter how hard I try, I can never justify having more than one dress shirt. You could give my dress shirt a new home. Okay. What does this look like? Ew. I hate shirts like this. Not for me anyways. They're okay on other people. We're gonna sell that to Nook. It's not my style. The chicken was a jump scare. What, are you talking about Nox? Julian's pondering what to do about the tree we gifted him. Yeah, we gave him a cedar tree as a present earlier. Jinx. I've watched too much Arcane this weekend. The first thing I thought of was Jinx from Arcane. Jinx owes Julian some bubble tea. I will let her know. She might give you something else too. Might give you something to go with that bubble tea. Yeah, did you think of that too, Jules? Ah. Got excited. Oh my god, we are like twinsies here with Arcane. Did you hear that I finished it, Jules? Who is your favorite character from it? That Leaf guy? You can't just call him that Leaf guy. Leaf is a legend, Julian. That Leaf guy's vibe is so relaxed. It's just the type of attitude my chill guy persona should emulate. I wonder how he does it. Is it the plants? Maybe it's the plants. When I stop by to sell him some weeds later. I'm gonna ask what his secret is. Alright, I'm gonna screenshot this for evidence, Julian. I caught you. Little weed dealer, Julian. Trying to corrupt Leaf. Love Vi and Caitlyn. Me too. I really ship Vi and Caitlyn. I loved how obvious they made it. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about it for spoilers, but everyone go watch Arcane. This area looks nice in the sunset too. This I was thinking could be practically pure wilderness, and so far we've moved Clay over here. Pro pipeweed here in Fawnhollow. Apparently Julian is as well. Oh, did he sit down? He's like the same size sitting down as standing up. He did not like look any different standing up. Clay's like, don't come in here and insult my height. Maybe I'll do a big clean so I can spend the weekend in a clean house. Good luck with that, Clay. I'll be rooting for you. Try not to make the floor too muddy in the process. You were making some soup? Ooh, that sounds good. What type of soup? I'm too nosy. I just love soup. Yeah, it's your baby Clay. He's such a cutie. Says I'm welcome to come over anytime, especially if he's home. And awake. Good to know, Clay. I think the villager dialogue is funny in this game. I really will die on this hill. I think people are rose-tinted glasses about New Leaf. Go and play New Leaf and see how much repeated dialogue you'll get. I don't know. I'm probably a hater, but I really don't think it's as bad as everyone says. I get a kick out of it sometimes. I get amused. Let's see if we can find anyone else. This area over here will give me a heart attack. Too much furniture arranging. It's not an overlook. Oh, is this Shampoodle? Come on, Dusty. Dance. We got Shampoodle on. Nox is like, oh hey. Yeah, just chilling out with my magnifying glass here, checking out this weed or, you know, campsite. You want to give me something? No, I don't. No, I don't. Why do I keep doing this? Alright, I'll give you a pillar. Can go in your coffin room. A decorative pillar? Really thoughtful of you, kiddo. He's giving me dinnerware. Thanks, Nox. Thanks, bro. His outfit is killing me. Are you talking about Nox? Are you dragging Nox's outfit? You like the New Horizons conversations too, Hammy? Yeah, I think they're underrated. The thing I like about now is it ain't winter and it ain't summer. Oh, I forgot to say it in my country voice. The thing I like about now, it ain't winter and it ain't summer either. Really, Nox? Something up? Got any big weekend plans? I know what I'll be doing. I'm a big believer in taking time to relax at the end of the week. During the week, too. I have to really think about it. It doesn't come super natural to me. I might be a little bit country, but I'm not that country. You like it? Do you like it as much as what you would say about your Canadian accent, Jules? I love the normal personality combos. They're so wholesome and make me feel cared for. Yeah, I get mixed up between just like wanting to be amused, but then it can also be very wholesome to get that sweet dialogue. The normals are good for that. I think jocks are one of the funniest villagers in the game if you're just looking for pure silliness. I think Shino's a peppy. What's with all the magnifying glasses, y'all? Are we all just like examining the weeds everywhere? The weed? This sunset is so beaut and so romantic. Makes me all soppy. Who wants to go on a date with Shino? Who do we ship Shino with? Don't Friday nights make you want to hang out and party? Yeah, it's totally Friday, Shino. Just have to decide on a theme for this party. It'd be kind of lame, but maybe a boring party where we all eat dinner and talk quietly. As long as the food is good, I don't care. You have Shino, she's so pretty. Yeah, I thought she would look good for like the mystical autumn vibes this island has at times. Oh, you have a beautiful voice, Jules. A beautiful voice to match a beautiful person. Jocks are definitely the jokesters. Yeah, who was everyone's first jock? Mine was Genji. I was really sad to let him go. Oh, hi Fauna. Chilling out. I was gonna talk to you, but okay. You're cute there. I'll let you stay. Let me go find Melba. I'm gonna find Melba. Where are you at? She could be at her house. We'll go check out the beach. I don't know who I ship Shino with, but she's definitely fruity. I think I ship her with Julian. I was getting quirky vibes from both of them. I bet Julian would be at home at that dinner party. So I think Julian and Shino are together. Or we could ship her with Fauna. They're both deer, right? Abe? Who is Abe? Is that a real villager? Abe? I'm so confused. Is it Al? Coach? Coach was yours? I take it you weren't a fan? Billy the goat. He never looks like a jock to me. He's totally a lazy. This game is drunk. I was not expecting that. I was like, oh no, she's not home. She's freaking sitting on this vine over here. Guess what? That vine is actually supposed to be a sea monster. I know you can't really tell, but you know how if a sea monster was under the water, like some parts of it might be like above the water? I don't know. It's supposed to be a sea monster, like the Loch Ness Monster or something. Oh, you're good. I find Al kind of funny looking. He's a funny looking villager. Got those big eyes and the eyebrows. Oh, Vixby. Wow, last time you watched you were pregnant? I take it you're not anymore. Congratulations, Vixby. Oh, and I'm happy to have you here. Your island looks good already. Oh, thanks, Peps-chan. That means a lot. I don't really plan on keeping this area though. But I do want to finish it and then post like pictures on social media. Steam Gardens! Anyone else love this song? Melba has tamed the beast. She's casually reading a book on it, actually. She's chilling out on the Loch Ness Monster reading a book. We have to stand. We have no choice but to stand. The sea monster was creative. Oh, thank you. I was trying to figure out what should be the head. I mean, what's a like sea monster like that without the head, but didn't get that far. Al is an ugly villager? Maybe, but in an iconic way, similar to Hazel or Tabby. You got the iconic ones like that, and Jambette, arguably, and then you have ones like Moose, who I don't think Moose is iconic. So, I don't know, that's just my opinion. Nice to see your smile. Having fun? Are you having fun, Melba, on that sea monster? Maybe she's reading about the Loch Ness Monster while on top of the Loch Ness Monster. Melba's cramping my style. She's calling out my illusions. Nice of someone to set out a vine bench. It's a nice outdoor resting spot. Okay, Melba. Just call my illusion trash, why don't ya? She's so cute with her little glasses. Yeah, now I guess she's going for a swim. Oh, enjoy your schoolwork. Thanks so much for dropping by. I hope to get back to a regular streaming schedule after a bit of a quiet week last week. We might wind down fairly soon today, though, since it's almost 11 p.m. my time. No. I keep doing this. Can anyone just, like, slap my wrist, tell me no, take away my Switch, take away my Pro Controller? Why does this keep happening? I don't know what to give her. I'll give her a Forsythia. Maybe that would look cute in her house. I'll give her that. I hope she likes it. A Forsythia, you really want to give this to me? Not really, but okay. Oh, Iris, is that your little slap on the wrist? I need it. I don't know why I keep doing this. Oh, and hi, Kim. I hope you're having a good day, too. Welcome in. Let me give a shout out for Club Tortimer fan. I meant to say fam. I think I accidentally said the wrong word. How was Terraria today? Did you have some fun with Terraria? Amy, always in a giving mood. I didn't mean to. But fortunately, Melba's been looking at things like the Forsythia to use as accents in her place. I have something here for you, a quilted jacket. Aw, did Melba quilt it herself? You could have canceled, yeah, but then I feel like they get mad at you. Ew, this is kind of ugly. No wonder she gave it to me. She's like, I don't want this anymore. This was a bad purchase. I just love the effortless look of your acid wash jacket. She saw me try on that shirt she gave me and take it right off. I didn't mean to imply you put no effort into your style. You just wear the basics well. Thanks, Melba. Sounds like a little passive-aggressive, but I'll take it. A little bit of a backwards compliment. Played Terraria for like 10 minutes, but the person I was supposed to play with accidentally took a nap. So I switched to Final Fantasy when they weren't responding on Discord. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That must have been kind of stressful to happen on stream, but I'm sure you handled it well. Which Final Fantasy? 14? Uh-oh. We have Sterling and Willow here. Should I intrude? Oh, look at you. Are you gonna play music together? Maybe Sterling sings and Willow plays the bass or cello or whatever that is. Melba secondhand thrifts, I just know it. Gave me like one of her regret purchases. It cracks me up in the last Gartic phone how the frog relaxing after work prompt slowly transformed into Jambette. Jambette was out of control, that Gartic phone. Every Gartic phone has like a character that gets out of control. Sometimes it's bears, sometimes it's Kirby, sometimes it's slime. There's always a lot of Isabelle. Isabelle's a fan favorite. But yeah, anything frog-like turned into Jambette. I I hope you don't find it's too much of a mystery that I own a sturdy sewing box. Style is my first, second, and third priority in life. But comfort has its place in my home too. Alright. What's your fourth priority in life, Willow? Willow is so formal, enjoying her party, enjoying her ugly clothes that I didn't mean to give to her just to put in her house, but alright. What is Willow doing? Willow's weird. I'm sorry if this sounds rude, but how do you get motivation to play New Horizons for so long? I ask this because I get obsessed for months and then stop playing for a while. That's a good question. I think I treat it like an art project, so I'm always excited to keep making progress on my projects. And it's sort of a creative outlet for me. Like, I get kind of burnout from, say, my job. Like, I'll be at times just like, oh no, I just I don't know how I can make it into work today. But I don't really see Animal Crossing as much to get burned out of, because I just think it's fun and I like decorating, and I think stream probably helps too, because streaming is like a schedule built into it. There are some weeks that I play a lot of Animal Crossing off stream, and then there's some weeks where maybe I'm busy with other stuff off stream. Like this past week, I was too drained when I was off work to do much of anything. But yeah, I guess just really liking decorating and as an escape, and it being such an important stream game for me. Ship? I don't know if I like the idea of shipping Sterling and Willow. I don't like them together. I disapprove. I've been playing 14 a lot lately. It's been fun, so it was an easy switch because at least the game has quests for me to follow along with. Oh, that's good. I've heard a lot of good things about 14, and I know a lot of people who play it. Do you get into like the character building, like making a character for 14 and stuff? We just had Jambette on our minds that day. And Isabel and Melba. One of my favorite moments was Marcella was trying to get some drawings of her favorite villager, Maple, and then it like straight up turned into Melba. Felt like I had to apologize. I'm sorry, my favorite villager is taking over. Sterlo or Willing? Those are both pretty solid, not gonna lie. I have heard worse ship names. But that ship name from Arcane is amazing. Violin. Name a better ship name. You remember that? Melba Supremacy? So here's some of the items lit up in our build. You can't really see the buildings as well anymore though. And this is the progress we made today. I need wheat fields. If someone can yell at me, like on Discord, I mean, you don't have to, because I need to remember myself, but if someone can, like, at me, remind me to, like, give myself some wheat fields, that would be great, because I'm probably gonna forget. Oh, God. Can I get, like, Alexa to remind me? I don't know. I need to do something. I'm gonna forget, but I need more wheat fields. And, thank you, Mayna. Thanks so much for everyone watching today. I'll probably start to wind down and head to bed. Let's go and say goodnight to Dusty. Oh, she's saying goodnight to you. She's raising her paw. Oh, she's giving a big stretch. Big yawn. Oh. Dusty says goodnight. Watching you tonight has inspired me. Ooh, thank you, Iris. How is that island that was sort of dilapidated on your end? How is that going? Uh-oh. Big stretch. Oh, 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 oh. a cutie. Aww. Good night, Mayna. Good night, Iris and Vixby. Dusty's ready for bed. I'm gonna go cuddle with her, like cuddle tackle her. Rubber belly. And good night, Vixby and Beatles fan and Hammy. And good night, Mcore and Mayna. Aw, good night, Katie. I'm just checking something out real quick. All right. We could go raid Nimley, who's playing Elden Ring. I could, you know, try to spy on it a little as I'm getting ready for bed, but I do have to go to bed soon. But thanks so much again for watching with me today, and I'll be back this week with more Animal Crossing, and hopefully I'll remember to get the wheat fields. And feel free to check out our Discord if you want to stay in touch off a stream and keep up with stream announcements and things. And I also have some socials that I post on if you want to check out those. I'm especially active on Twitter and need to get back into my Animal Crossing Instagram. I'm doing a Wild World Let's Play right now, which I hope to get back in the swing of now that we're in spring season again. So yeah, I hope you all enjoy the raid. Nimley is playing Elden Ring, and they were in here earlier, actually. A good stream friend of mine. So bye, everyone. Good night. Good night, Jules. Good night, Jess. Good night, Kim. Good night, Shy and everyone. Oh, thanks for all the music recs, Super Mario Twitch. Really appreciate everyone's company and support tonight. Bye!